Welcome. Welcome. We're going to start early today and we'll see how it goes. All right. We'll take it um, hour by hour. Tesla's down 4% today. Overall markets. Dow Jones down 0.4%. NASDAQ down 0.8%. S&P 500 down 0.5%. Russell 2000 down 0.6%. So everything is pretty much down. All the indices are down today. Let's see what is up. Nvidia is flat. Berkshire Hathaway is up. Verizon and a couple of the telecom stocks are up. Costco, Walmart are down again. Yesterday, consumer defensive stocks consumer staples had a pretty bad day. I was looking into it and what happened there, and I think Target is having some issues. Target is very, very cheap, Target stock. And actually, I shouldn't say that because I don't know their intrinsic value just yet. But it's a stock I'm going to look into and maybe publish an article or something. It's just hard to imagine how Target Musk is doing so much worse than Walmart or Costco. So I'm going to look into that, see what that says. I'm going to maybe read a couple of earnings releases, listen to earnings calls, and see if I can get something that I don't know already. And then Oracle, Adobe, Apple down, Home Depot is down. That's interesting. Salesforce is down, ServiceNow is down. What else? What else? Let's see. Adobe's down 12%. Wow. All right. Let me know how the audio quality is on YouTube, please. All right. Let's look at Adobe, see what's going on there. That was supposed to be one of the stocks that with AI potential that people were saying, I can't believe Adobe is still so cheap despite all the AI hype. So people surprised that Adobe didn't play in the AI game. Let's look at the fundamentals here a little bit. $5.6 billion income, sales of $21 billion. So that's good net income margin. Lots of cash, $17 per share cash. Okay. P ratio of 31, forward P of 17, PEG ratio of 2.7, price to sales of 8. Interesting. Price to book of 12, price to cash 22, price to free cash flow 21. So it's not very cheap anyway. Interesting. There's the earnings. I guess earnings are projected to grow double. That doesn't make much sense. So it might be a little overpriced actually. That forward P ratio doesn't look right. Let's see what else. Volume today is pretty high. So far 5.5. We're not even half day. Average volume of 3.8. In the last, wow, look at this performance in the last year is 31% down. In the last 6 months, 33% down. Actually, last quarter, 30% down. That's wild. Short interest of 7.6 million shares. Short of float 2%, less than 2%, 1.8%. That's pretty normal. Return on equity 36%. Return on investment 28. Gross margin 88. Operating margin 36%. Profit margin 26%. Okay, that looks pretty good. So I guess there's some earnings issues here. Looks like there's some earnings. Markets worry that earnings are going down. Let's see. Adobe price cut to 530 by Oppenheimer amid valuation concerns. Okay, that's weird. Let me see. Let's read this article on Adobe. Intel, TSMC, Adobe, Dollar General, SentinelOne. Stocks to watch today. Stocks fell as President Trump escalated the trade war by vowing to impose 200% tariffs on wine and other alcohol from the EU. American Depository Receipts, ADRs or LVMH, Remy, and Pernod Ricard fell on the news. Pernod Ricard, I guess. This may have overwhelmed good price and jobs numbers as new reports. What jobs numbers? Let's look at that real quick. Oh, initial claims. Okay. Um, this may have overwhelmed good price and jobs numbers as new reports showed wholesale inflation slowed more than expected in February, and that both new and continuing unemployment claims last week were lower than the consensus estimate. Yeah, I mean, the initial weekly claims came in lower than expected today. 220,000 is very much in line with a growing economy. So no imminent recession. That's what it looks like. So, or let's say no ongoing recession. Okay. So that's evidence that there's no recession today. Okay. Um, Dow Jones, we talked about that. Adobe shares plunged 11% after the software firm gave a mixed outlook on its quarter. Interesting. So this is yet another company announcing poor outlook, mixed outlook. Most companies are like for Q1. I guess that's normal at this point because there's just a lot of certain uncertainty. So we'll see where it goes from here. With the forecast for earnings per share slightly trailing the consensus estimate, despite beating expectations for the 3 months ending February 28th. Okay, so this is February 28th quarter. So that means March, April, May is the poor outlook. So this is like still 2 months away from others. So this is some value here. So let's take a note of this. Adobe. I want to get an actual quote from Adobe for Q1 forecast. All right, let's keep going. Dollar General stock gained 7% after the discount retailer projected comparable sales, revenue excluding new outlets, would rise as much as 2.2% this year, compared with the consensus estimate of 1.8% according to FactSet. That's interesting. So I was wondering where the people are going. If not Target, where are they going? So maybe that's Dollar General. So let's get Dollar General stock real quick. Up 5% today. Oh no, never mind. In the last year, it's down 50%. From the peak, Dollar General is down 73%. That is wild. P ratio 12. So I'm gonna look into the stock too. Maybe I'll write some articles on Target, Dollar General. Broadcom. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Dividend yield of 3%, PE ratio of 13 times, market cap of 17 for Dollar General. I mean, unless if this company is gonna go bankrupt, you know. Net income went down 29% year over year in the October quarter, down 20%. So net income is decreasing quite substantially, about 20-30%. But revenue is increasing a few percent a quarter. So interesting. All right, I'm gonna look into that. Intel stock jumped 16% after chipmaker said tech executives and former board member Lip-Bu Tan will be the company's new CEO effective March 18. Okay, INTC up 15%, very volatile in the last month and 6 months. Maybe Lucha will come in and explain to us what this means. Analysts cheer Intel CEO pick, but few are saying buy the stock. Intel's new CEO has a history as a successful underdog, according to Reuters. Let's read about that real quick. Intel Corporation is an American multinational corporation and technology company headquartered in Santa Clara, California, and incorporated in Delaware. Intel designs, manufactures, and sells computer components such as CPUs and related products for business and consumer markets. We know all that. What the fuck? That's not what I'm looking for. Okay. Let's continue. Okay, there we go. Lip-Bu Tan may be one of the most powerful technology executives you've never heard of. as he steps into one of the highest profile jobs on the planet, CEO of troubled, storied chipmaker Intel. His performance will be on full display. All right, I'm going to add this to the list of companies I'm looking into. Intel. 10, let's see. As he steps into one of the highest profile jobs on the planet, CEO of troubled storage chipmaker Intel, his performance will be on full display. 10, named Intel CEO on Wednesday, faced an enormous challenge in turning around the operations of a company that put the silicon in Silicon Valley. The Tech Roundup newsletter brings blah blah. While little known to the public, his advantage is that virtually every one of his Intel's former and potential customers knows him and has done business with him, either buying one of his many startups, one of the many startups he backed, or using software from a company he ran. 10 rubbed shoulders with the likes of Lisa Su from AMD and NVIDIA's Jensen Huang, two AI chip leaders who, according to Reuters reports, had been pitched to invest in Intel. His efforts are also likely to be closely watched by US President Trump, who is eager for Intel to rebound. Tan can leverage his experience and especially his industry connections while also pursuing excellence within Intel, said independent analyst Jack Gold. Hopefully, the board will stay out of his way as he makes needed changes. Shares of Intel were up more than 10% pre-market. To write the semiconductor industry's biggest ship, TAN 65, interesting, may use, hold on a second, how old is Jensen? Jensen Huang, age 62. Lisa Su, age 55. This guy's 65, and the stock is up 15%. Okay. May use underdog strategies that helped him turn around smaller companies that later became big. Born in Malaysia, raised in Singapore, and now a naturalized American citizen, Tan came to the US for his formative years of advanced education, studying nuclear engineering at the MIT. He then moved to California for business school and founded venture capital firm Walden International in 1988. That firm named for the pond where writer Henry sought an unconventional life, made unconventional bets. Tan believed that relatively small teams of startup engineers with good chip design ideas could successfully compete against incumbent chip giants, and he poured money into hundreds of startups. For example, he took a stake in Annapurna Labs, a startup later purchased by Amazon for $370 million. That has become the heart of its in-house chip division. Amazon says it's now deployed more of its own sensor process than it does from Intel. Interesting. Central processors. Okay. He also invested in Nuvia, which Qualcomm bought for $1.4 billion in 2021, making an essential part of its push to compete with Intel in the laptop and PC chip markets. Interesting. Tan remains actively involved with startups that could either become competitors or acquisition targets for Intel. And he's the CEO of Intel. That is so odd. For example, earlier this week, he invested in the AI photonic startup Celestial AI, which is backed by Intel rival AMD. Both as an investor and CEO, Tan was early to recognize a major trend that has swept the chip industry for over 30 years, that designing chips and manufacturing that would split into two different specialties. Tan, from 2009 to 2021, was CEO of Cadence Design Systems, a chip design software firm whose fortunes he revived. Tan focused Cadence around supplying the software for sophisticated designs and partnered closely with Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, which from its founding days swore it would focus only on manufacturing. Over Tan's time at Cadence, the firm's stock appreciated 3,200%, and it landed Apple as one of its largest customers as the iPhone chip maker shifted away from, well, that is no wonder. That's one hell of a resume. The age is a concern, but it's probably not a big deal. Cadence's tools also became central to chip industry firms such as Broadcom, which helps Google and Amazon and others design their own AI chips and have made them by TSMC. He did a really good job of pointing Cadence in the right direction, said Carl Freund, analyst at Cambrian AI Research. Cadence really aligned themselves with TSMC. They saw them as a leader and the go-to shop. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I see Zachary here. Let's see if he has any updated thoughts on. So Intel with this CEO, storied CEO, storied company, cheap valuation. They have some processes, as Lucia was telling us. Maybe potentially may turn into something. Zachary, do you have any views on Intel?
Yeah, I think it's the next big thing. I think it's inevitable, like I said before. China is going to invade Taiwan, and they're going to be the next making the chips for everyone. Plus, they have a huge investment from the government for the next generation of chips, and they seems like they're working with TMC to improve yields and things that they're not very good at. So I think it's pretty much as sure as bet as you can get.
Okay. All right, we'll look into that. Any other views on anything? Tesla, Nvidia, markets, macro, anything you want to talk about? We're gonna keep going for a while today. I got time. I got time. So settle in, everybody. Share the space with your followers, and I'm gonna also post the link to your YouTube channel, and maybe we can keep that going too as much as possible. Maybe we can do a Broadcom watch party, and yeah, it should be a good time. Hit that like button if you're on YouTube. Zachary, any updated thoughts on Tesla? Zachary, you're on mute.
Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
What do you think about Tesla? It bounced about, I think, 15% from the lows. It's down about 10% today.
I mean, I short more yesterday, so I think we are going back to 100. I think it's going to become painfully apparent Tesla is going to lose a lot of customers in Europe and Canada. I don't know what kind of Canadian self-respecting person will buy a car from a company run by a guy who says they're not a real country, they're not serious country.
Yeah.
In Europe, the liberal part, at least the west part, that is anti-Russia, seeing the betrayal of Ukraine by Elon Musk and stopping attacks in the middle by turning off internet. Europe is talking all the governments to match SpaceX capability. It's not going to be easy, but they want to walk away from Elon. So, like, I hate everything that's happening because I love my both of my Teslas, and to see Elon turn this way, it's extremely painful to me. And I feel very
Yeah.
negative about the company. I think we're going. I think it's guaranteed to go hundreds. I even think we're gonna go below 100 this year. Again, half of my money is in Intel, the other half is short on Tesla, and both trades have been very, very profitable.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really see how Tesla stays above $100 per share this year. I agree with you. And I think that there's a lot of rough times ahead for the company, maybe years actually, not just a few quarters, but years. The I think people have short-term memories, like people have ephemeral memories. They kind of forget things, but not like this kind of intense emotional reaction to Elon is not going to be forgotten within a year or two. I mean, some of these people are going to hate Tesla and Elon for decades, and I think the fact that 90% of EVs are bought in China, Europe, and democratic states in the US is an eye opener type of fact. Europe and democratic states, there's the Elon hate factor, and then China, there's just intense competition, and that intense competition is now coming to rest of the world as well. Zachary?
And I want to add another thing. I mean, how many of us did the Tesla stretch because we believe in Elon and the mission of the company? I mean, I've never paid more than $22,000 for a car before my first Tesla. I did a lot of personal sacrifice, and I know I'm not the only one. I know so many owners did the Tesla stretch. Do you think any MAGA person will do the Tesla stretch?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Republicans in general have lower income than liberals, especially who live in center cities. And yeah, I don't see people doing the Tesla stretch anymore. I mean, Tesla stretch is the profit margin, you know. So that also explains the decline in margins as well. Um, all right. Well, what about Zachary? If I had to kind of argue the other side, what about interest rates potentially coming down, boosting demand for vehicles?
I mean, that could be a positive, but again, who's gonna buy the cars? I mean, like I know Republican people. Like I have a friend, she's worth north of $30 million, and she will not buy a Tesla. She used to hate Elon, now she loves him. Um, Again, people need to do the math on long-term savings, and if you lose the Democrats, I mean, Republicans believe everything again, all the nonsense against electric vehicles. Do you think in 2 weeks they're going to change their mind? Re- I don't
Yeah.
think this is an interest rate issue. I think this is believing the technology, believing the better future. I mean, in my opinion, Tesla makes the best cars in the market. It's the only car I want, and the only car I'm not gonna buy now until something changes with Tesla management.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. All right. Um, so yeah, okay. All right. So Nvidia in the last week is up 5%, Broadcom is up 8%, Micron is up 8%, Intel is up 15% in the last week. And then Tesla's down 10. I mean, other stock, it's really just those two, like a handful of chip stocks that are up in the last week. That's about it. Um, Energy, oil stocks are up, and utilities are up, and everything else is down. Zachary?
One thing I think we can get surprised if Tesla loses a lot of car sales, maybe they're gonna shift all these batteries to energy storage. And given our problems with Canada, that they might turn off electricity and stuff like that, the demand for Megapack would be enormous. So maybe some of the revenue can be replaced with Megapack. That's something that potentially be against our short, but I don't know about anything else.
I mean, the Megapack doesn't replace electricity generation. You know, it can buffer things, but just only for a few hours. So it's not a long-term storage solution either.
I mean, if you look at the energy profile, for example, in I live in Illinois, we have surplus of nuclear. So at night, electricity rates goes to negative, and also certain times of the day goes to negative. So potentially 4 hour battery, it's really 8 hour battery because 4 hour battery charges at night, absorbs the morning rush for electricity, and then charges during the day, and then in the afternoon does the same thing. So 4 hour battery replaces 8 hour peak hour, and it's actually far cheaper for the utility.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, I think Tesla bulls are a little too bullish on Megapacks. I think the interconnect backlog is a big issue on that front. There's years of backlog. I mean, even the Megapack project on Tesla's own soil in Giga, Texas, took a way longer than what people expected for it to come online. So, um, in a state like New York, where regulation is even worse than Texas, I just can't imagine it becoming a major profit driver. But I guess anything is possible. Zachary and then XT.
Also, don't forget Tesla can actually deploy a lots of batteries behind the meter. I In Illinois we have some big consumers of electricity, and they their biggest profit is turning off at peak hours the electricity demand. So they actually can buy mega batteries and put them behind the meter, so they don't need any permits. So that route could be extremely profitable and quickly deployed.
All right, thank you, XT.
Yeah. So what do you think about a lot of these EV companies going to go bankrupt? Because everything I looked at, nobody's profitable. Neo's losing 50K per car.
Yeah,
Xiaomi.
see, you can't make statements like that on my speaker board. Like nobody's profitable. That's a false statement.
So who is profitable?
BYD makes more money than Tesla.
But only on EVs?
We don't know that. I don't think we know that. But BYD is more profitable than Tesla.
Yeah, but they sell more cars than just EVs. So
I mean, there's also Leo, though, right? BYD sells hybrids, and that's what most people want. So you can't really write off hybrids. Leo is also profitable, and they only sell EVs. And then there's now EREVs, which is closer to EVs than a traditional hybrid. Has a smaller gasoline engine, has a bigger battery, but still benefits from the gas station network. And that's where the future is going. Most people want hybrids. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. And the fact is, BYD's gross margins are higher, BYD's net profit is higher, growth rate is like another different world than Tesla is, which is shrinking now. So, you can't focus on one sleeve of the entire market. But the argument, which was, I guess valid because, a few years ago, that pure EVs were growing, pure EVs were the future. That's not valid anymore. The consumer has proven that argument wrong. And yeah, and also BYD sells EVs at half the price of Teslas. So even if they're break even, and Tesla is also break even, by the way, on EVs. Like gross margin is like 15% or something, but net margin on EVs is bad, despite the fact that Tesla does not pay this CEO. So, BYD is the hands down better manufacturer. I mean, are you disputing that?
no, I definitely agree. That was my point. Only company is BYD, but I think they're profitable on their petrol cars and the hybrid, as you stated. So maybe in the future they can make a bigger profit with electric cars. But anybody else than them, I mean, it's not looking very bright. The cars look beautiful and amazing, but
GM has also said they are profitable on their EVs now.
who? Sorry,
Gross margin profitable on their EVs now.
which company? Sorry.
GM.
Oh, very nice.
Hmm. So yeah, you can't make wrong statements on my speaker board. You can present them as opinion. You can ask questions, but you can't make false statements. Okay.
Sorry, I meant it as a question. I misspoke.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Q1 estimates are coming down quite a bit for Tesla. I think there's a lot more room to fall. I think we're about halfway in the fall. And I think it's going to happen very soon. I don't think this is a multi-year type of decline in the Tesla stock price. I think it's happening now. And there are many reasons for this. Q1 is going to be horrendous, like really, really bad, probably the worst in 3 years. And it's not just the deliveries either. Pricing is in bad shape, despite new vehicles. Like Model 3 is a year old around the world. The new Model 3 is a year old, and it should be killing everything, and it's not. And Model Y, new Model Y, is off to a rough start in China. Despite the fact that it's a very new model, where Tesla, like Model 3, had 2 years of backlog, basically. I mean, the backlog was so bad that instead of starting from $35,000, Tesla started from $55,000, and they didn't get to. So that started in mid 2017, and then they didn't get to 35,000 until the second quarter of 2019. So it was 2 years of backlog. It was a slow ramp, but it was 2 years of backlog. And the Model Y similarly took 2 years to spread around the world, get to full production or good supply levels around the world. 2 years. That's not the case today. In 2 weeks, the new Model Y is not deliverable in 2 to 4 weeks in China. And that speaks to the incredible um, competition from BYD, Xiaomi, and a few others. And really, like the other aspect of the competition in China is that there's so many companies that are producing so many products that, let's say, for example, in US, you know, let's say you want an EV, but you would prefer something with buttons. You didn't have that option. And when Model 3 and Model Y was ramping, Tesla was your only option because it was the only one that went like, 200, 250 miles on one charge. But in China, there are so many models that go more than 300 miles. Some go more than 400 miles. Some have buttons. Some have a heads-up display if you're kind of stuck on that. Um, so people have a lot of options, and they're cheaper than Tesla. So I don't see personally how Tesla China can survive. Zachary? Zachary, you have to unmute yourself. Okay. I think Zachary may be having some connection issues here. Maybe he'll be back. We have a couple of comments on YouTube. Florence asks, Yaman, do you think that licensing FSD might be a play for Tesla to gain revenue from it without having to sell a Tesla car? Would other OEM make that play benefiting from Tesla brand issues? I don't see that happening because even Tesla owners don't want to use Tesla for free. So any FSD on a non-Tesla vehicle is going to be less like worse than FSD on Tesla, as we've seen also with supercharging too, like Rivian owners or Ford Lightning owners that are using the supercharging network. Their rates are limited, their batteries don't take it as fast. There's all sorts of wrinkles in the process. The app doesn't work, or they have to pay in a different way, and that's to be expected with FSD as well, even if FSD was licensed to other companies. And not only that, but even on Tesla owners, who, by the way, have higher incomes than other companies' customers, don't want FSD, even when given for free. So I don't see FSD licensing as a material, is a serious topic for 5-10 years. FSD has to be perfect first, and but it makes it for a good hype. It's a hype topic. Gook says, in my opinion, Elon Musk has destroyed a former great company, Tesla. Less and less people are going to buy their vehicles. Even less will buy FSD, use Robotaxi, and buy Optimus robots. Shaking my head. Yeah, I agree. I don't know about Optimus because it's far away, but even for Robotaxis, like I said yesterday, most rideshare demand is in center cities, and most people who reside in center cities are liberal or leftists. So, Zachary?
Hey, what do you think about Tesla getting depressed even more sales because a lot of people are dumping their cars and there's a real choice buying $20,000 Model Y or buying a new one?
Yeah, so Model 3 inventory is surging. Like it's surging. And there's a lot of price cuts. You can get Model 3 for about $10,000 now, only a couple of years old. And I think the same will happen with the Model Y. I don't know that for sure because interest rates have come down a little bit. Who knows what the impact is going to be on the vehicle demand at that point. But, there's interest rates are still very high. The 5-year yield, which is the most highly correlated with auto loan rates, is at 4.06% today. And back in 2020, this was as low as 0.2%. And in 2022, it was at around 4%. So since 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, For 3 years now, all the loan rates have been, average new loan rate about 9 to 10%, used car loan rate about 13, 14%. And now we're also seeing delinquency rates rise, which means, the risk premium is going to increase. And so I don't see all the loan rates coming down before companies like Rivian go bankrupt. Companies like Rivian just shouldn't exist, right? I mean, they exist way too long. They have been around for more than a decade. They consumed tens of billions of dollars in invested capital and produced nothing for it. They have not even gross margin positive, except for what they engineered in the last quarter. I don't know if it's going to happen again this quarter. And let alone gross margin profit, a company should have at least break even net income margin and hopefully profitable, like good profits. Because we live in capitalist world. This is a capitalist country, and the system works. Capitalism works. We can't be sustaining these companies like Rivian that don't produce anything useful that people want. And that's the signal that the market is sending to management at Rivian. We don't want your cars enough for you to survive. And the management, instead of taking that signal, they are ignoring the signal and just doing more of the same. They're focusing on things like gross margin to pump their stock and raise capital, whatever. And that's what they raised more capital on Tesla in their history, which is amazing. So until companies like Rivian, Lucid, and a bunch of others disappear, these rates aren't going to come down. And so that's that. And I don't know if it's going to come down this year, honestly. Like Rivian today is, let's see, down 4% today at about $10 per share, $11 billion market cap. I think they have about, I don't know what they have, about maybe like $5-6 billion of cash or something. So they're worth, basically cash, no PE. It's not going to come, and they're going to dwindle. But last quarter, they lost about $1 billion, close to $1 billion. The quarter before, they lost about $1 billion. So they have still about a year left in them with the cash they have. And so I guess I don't think the interest rates are going to come down this year. And which also I think is going to result in companies like Tesla, which has become a meme stock, a pump and dump meme stock with nobody in charge. And that stock is going to have to come down to, traditional auto margins, multiples. So if you look at, let's see, man, I'm making the bear arguments now, which is kind of crazy, but GM is at 8 times, right? 8 times PE ratio, $48 billion. And they have more hybrids than Tesla, which is what people want. I guess you have the energy segment for Tesla that GM does not have. You have a bit of a, I don't know if you can still say you have a bit of a brand that GM doesn't have, but Cybertruck is unprofitable. It's not going to turn profitable anytime soon, if ever. And Optimus, Robotaxi are 5-10 years away. So, and the profitability of those business lines is questionable. So, I mean, I think it is possible that this year, the bear arguments for the last decade may come true. This time may be different. I know what the most dangerous words in investing, but it may. I don't know. We'll see. Like that's what it's looking like right now, unless something changes, which I don't know what can change. Zachary?
I recently talked to an engineer from Rivian, and I pretty much told him if you can just copy my 2018 Tesla, you don't have to copy the new one. I will switch over immediately. Do you think they have a chance of making something like the Model 3 profitable around under $50,000?
If they copy what?
If they copy Tesla Model 3, like
If who copies Tesla Model 3?
Rivian.
Oh no, this Rivian is gone. Like Rivian is a lost case. It's been a lost case for the last couple of years. Rivian is gone. The only thing that can turn Rivian around is if Elon quits Tesla and goes to Rivian for a massive pay package and gets motivated again, focuses on Rivian and nothing else. That's the only way Rivian can survive. There's literally no other way Rivian can survive. Like even if you take like 5 meteors and throw them on Tesla factories, Rivian still cannot survive. Even if you take that and then give the supercharger network to Rivian, Rivian still can't survive. Isn't that crazy? That's wild. Like how bad do you have to suck that you can still survive even with those? Anyway, but if Elon quits Tesla, goes to Rivian, convinces Rivian shareholders to give him the pay package that he was supposed to get from Tesla, then Rivian could survive. That's the only way. And I would give that survival rate, by the way, more than 50% probability. Because Elon has the capacity. I mean, at this point, we have also existence proof too. Like he's done this many times. So he can make Rivian, he can turn around Rivian, no question. Like I'm hands down. But he has to be motivated. So is he going to drop everything else he's doing and then go to Rivian? Highly unlikely. But man, look at this Tesla stock down 5%. So not even a dead cat bounce after a massive drop. Year-to-date drop of 42%. It was down about more than 50%. We had a 10-15% increase for about a day or two, and now it's headed down again. That's so crazy to me. That's wild to me, you know? I don't know. What a turn of events. Who would have thought in 2020 that this is where we would be in 2025? Tesla bears out for blood again. In the last few minutes here, we have about $5-6 million of put premium. Exchanging hands here. So millions of dollars of bet against the Tesla stock in the last 20 minutes here, according to Cheddar Flow. Ekti?
I definitely agree on everything you said about Rivian and so on. But if we look back the last 10, 15 years, all the companies seem to be gone. Fisker's gone, Rivian not doing so well, Lucid also losing a lot of money. Why are all these companies losing so much money?
Because they don't have an Elon. The problem is not Tesla doesn't have an Elon either. And that's why I'm short.
What is the difference in the cars? I mean, Tesla has gone down this minimalistic route. So is that the solution?
No, it's not the minimalistic. It's just his focus on making sure only the necessary expenses are there. And the other companies don't have that kind of focus.
They built some beautiful cars, though.
Yeah. Okay. Gook says, in my opinion, Elon Musk cannot be hired as a dog catcher at this point in time, much less Rivian. Hired as dog catcher. Let me see what that means. ChatGPT. What does hired as a dog catcher mean? Hired as a dog catcher can have both a literal and figurative meaning, so it's not the literal one. Figurative, it can sometimes be used metaphorically to imply that someone has been given a low status or an undesirable job, especially if they were aiming for something much higher. I don't think it's an undesirable job to turn around a company. I think it would make for a great legacy, honestly. But and if he was given a massive pay package, it would also make him, tens of billions of dollars again. So I don't think that's true. If you have any comments to make, the best place to drop it is in YouTube live chat. We're gonna go on for a few hours today. I got a lot of time today. Got a lot of time. So settle in, share the space, share the YouTube through the link at the top of your screens. Let's see what else. AW Production said, "Did you close your short?" No, I didn't close my short. I thought about it because I think the stock did drop much faster than I thought. Like I wasn't expecting it to drop 50% in 3 months, honestly. But I think fundamentally the company is worth less than $100 per share, maybe even as low as 50 if there's a recession. So, I mean, I used to say $200 per share and 100 if there's a recession, but Q1 fundamentals is really bad, even without a recession. So, I think I kind of revised it down now to 100 without a recession and 50 with a recession. So yeah, I'm not closing my short at this time. I actually thought about adding to my list. So Zachary just said he shorted Tesla again or added to his short. I was kind of thinking about doing that. I don't want to trade too much. I don't want to. I don't want to be like a trader. But yeah, I mean, it's good to see that. Like, I am looking into improvement. There's three components to managing money. Research, portfolio management, and trading. Trading was my least area, like my weakest area, and I think I'm improving on that front. So I'm doing some paper trading to kind of test a few things. Don,
Hello, can you hear me okay?
what's your question, Don?
Yeah, well, I note on your post you mentioned about Xiaomi on the SU7.
Yeah,
Do you want to touch a bit on China and competition?
yeah, yeah. If you have any insights that we haven't talked about, you're welcome to share.
Well, I look at China. I think it's I mean we used to laugh at made in China, but I mean most of electronics and manufacturing nowadays are made in China. Um, and then looking at Xiaomi and then BYD and their latest release, it's I mean we used to laugh at there is no competition, but looking at their last release, it's I mean there is competition now.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I used to think like maybe Tesla will dominate EVs and then EVs will become the future. First, we lost the EVs will become the future thing because hybrids are so popular. And now with E-revs, I mean, that E-revs might be the end game, honestly, for decades to come. E-revs with bigger batteries, like so higher range, so 200 miles of range, 200 plus miles of range, which is good enough for 99% cases, but you still have a small traditional engine. Might be the best solution given we're starting from we're starting with a gasoline network. So that may be so, and Tesla will never do EVs. Tesla will only do EVs forever. So yeah, I don't know. That's a I didn't see EVs coming, honestly.
Would you go long China like BYD or Xiaomi? Their stock is tradable, right? In
Well, I think BYD stock is not very cheap, and and like my issue with Chinese stocks is that I can't readily analyze their companies. I have to kind of like I don't know. I mean, it's just and then on top of that, like we have seen examples of the government coming in and meddling with companies and the founders and everything. So it's not. It just seems too hairy for me, honestly. And there are thousands of companies in the US, like tens of thousands of companies in the US that are investable. So I don't really see like a need for it either, as far as I'm concerned. Would I buy an ETF, like a Chinese company ETF? I don't know. I'm not sure. Best E-Revs in the world. Let's see. Extended range vehicles. Combine the benefits of electric propulsion with a backup ICE that acts as a generator, eliminating range anxiety. Here are some of the best eras currently available and upcoming. BMW i3 Rex, total range of 200 miles, electric range of 126 miles. That's not the best one. Give me a break. Yeah, this is not good. Li Auto L9, electric range of 110 miles, CLCT, total range of 800 plus miles. Yeah, so like I don't know how Tesla will ever be able to compete with a headline like Li Auto has 800 plus miles range, you know, or L7, L8, same. Volvo EM90, 100 miles electric range, total range of 600 miles. I think there's a couple that are have higher electric range. These actually are lower than what I was expecting on the electric range wise. But even if it's like 120 miles, that's still good for 99% of the needs, you know?
Yeah. And the other thing is I just got back from vacation from Asia. So I went to Singapore and Indonesia. I don't know if you've been there, but it's BYD everywhere. It's BYD everywhere. I'm just
Right.
well, there in Singapore there are also a lot of Teslas, but BYD is everywhere. It's surprising. I mean,
Yeah. Okay. All right, let's see what else. Lucia, welcome. How are you?
Yeah, man. All good. Thank you.
What do you think about this new Intel CEO? Did you open up a long position again?
No, honestly, yeah, man, because I think with the recent market fall off, I think there might open better opportunities than Intel. But I think the new CEO, it's very good, and he's the right person. I think we will see in the long run. But I'm looking for better opportunities. I'm looking for growth companies that are going to a sensible valuation. I'm not looking for turnarounds. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. All right. We have a couple of headlines just come in. Putin says ceasefire itself is right and we will support it, but there are questions to be discussed. Who will control the ceasefire? The front is 2,000 kilometers long. Putin says maybe me and Trump will have to hold a phone call. Okay. Putin says we agreed to stop fighting in Ukraine, but it should lead to long-standing peace. Okay, I mean this should benefit some food inflation. Markets haven't really moved on this news. Nasdaq is down 1.6%. S&P 500 is down 1.1%. Dow Jones is down 1%. Russell 2000 is down 1.3%. Man, this Russell 2000. Tom Lee went around every single interview for the last 9 months, starting in June, started pushing Russell 2000. And we said at the time that I don't think it's going to play out as well as he thinks, because a lot of the companies in Russell 2000 are unprofitable. And I don't think the benefits of AI is going to trickle down as fast as people think. In the last 6 months, Russell 2000 is down 8%. Yeah. And in a recession, those companies are going to get killed. If you're unprofitable, you're going to get killed in a recession. You're literally going to get killed. You're going to die. So I don't know what the hell he was thinking. Also, throughout the decline, Nasdaq declined more than 10%. S&P 500 declined about 10% in the last couple of weeks here. Both Tom Lee and Dan Ives went on every single interview, every single channel saying, this is the time to buy the dip. This is the time to buy the dip. Generational opportunity, white knuckle moment, bullshit. And Dan Ives rode the Tesla stock down more than 50% going on to those interviews with his flashy jackets. And, I think these people are just overvalued, overestimated. Luce?
Yeah, man. Do you know the True Flation Index?
What index?
It's called Trueflation.
Oh, Trueflation. Yeah.
It's reliable in your opinion or not?
I mean, it's shown great divergence from the BLS method of measuring in the past, in the last few years. I think it's more real time, okay, which also means more volatile. In 2021, it was able to identify a surge in inflation earlier than BLS. And in June 2022, it noticed that inflation peaked, but it came down much faster than BLS measure did. And I actually agree with the BLS measure measuring shelter inflation better than Trueflation. They're just different methodologies. So it's got its pros, it's got its negatives, it's got its pros and it's got its cons. And today it's showing 1.4, 1.3% inflation year over year. I would want to look into why that's happening instead of taking that figure on its own. I'm guessing gasoline prices have something to do with it. Oil prices have dropped a lot, gasoline prices have dropped a lot. So I'm guessing there's some energy prices there. I'm not sure what else is driving that one-handle inflation or Trueflation. What do you think?
Well, Yaman, I think that it's showing 1.4%, right? I think such a big drop signals a recession, it's true. So it's not really that positive amount. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if inflation alone is a indicator of recession. But I mean, inflation is declining. Like, there's no question about that. I don't think, like, unless, like, for example, one negative of Trueflation right now is it's showing as everything as of today, right? But there's a lot of tariff uncertainty, and let's say, for example, as a human, you have this biological neural network, you can incorporate that information. I don't think Trueflation incorporates any future information into its estimates of inflation. So let's say, for example, you knew for 100% certainty that tomorrow all prices will go up by 100%. Trueflation would show 1.37% and it would be irrelevant, meaningless. You would just ignore it, right? And I think the future is somewhere in between that. Today, we have fast declining inflation. Okay. What would happen to inflation if interest rates came down 1% today is uncertain. I don't think anyone knows the answer to that question. I think there's strong arguments that inflation could pick back up even with a 1%, or like let's say 425 base. Let's say if the Fed did what the market expects it to do this year, which is 3 to 4 cuts. If that happened this year, no one really knows what would happen to inflation next year or the year after. That's uncertain. Even ignoring tariffs. Okay. And on top of that, I think it's reasonable to assume there's going to be some tariff increases. I think some of these 10%, 25%, 50% increases will stick. And I don't think anyone knows what's going to happen to inflation when that happens. I don't agree with the view that this is a one-time price increase and that's it. I think the global supply chain is very complex. And not all players are rational. Even institutional players are not rational players. So it's kind of like saying you sit on a blackjack table and you have your probability cards memorized, you're counting cards. Your game could still get fucked up if the person before you is an irrational player. And there's a lot of irrational players in the world. There are 8 billion humans. They're all irrational. Not all, but most irrational. And then there are also institutional players, and there are governments who are also irrational players. So that's why macroeconomic forecasts are very difficult to do. And I don't think this 1.4% figure especially I'm guessing some of that is due to gasoline, like I said, is going to be a material point that the Fed looks into. Luce?
Few weeks ago, you were a little bit dismissive about the tariffs. You said that at the end of the day, everything will remain the same. But I'm listening to a different opinion right now, right? So you think tariffs are material at this point?
I think that there will be some tariffs, but most things will stay the same. I don't think we're going to see like 25% across the board or 10% across the board increases. I think there will be some tariffs, and the reason is because I think he wants to really continue these low tax rates, and he wants to use tariffs as some revenue generation for the government. And I don't think Doge is going to save much in the next year or two. So that just leaves him with, okay, I'm going to have to do some tariffs. Now, what happens if stock market declines 50%, which is, I think, possible. I think it's entirely possible that NASDAQ could drop 50% this year. When that happens, what he does is TBD. And so I guess we'll see. Luce?
Why do you think it can drop 50%? My biggest problem with the stock market right now is valuations. I think valuations are way too high, and
Yeah.
the revenues are way too low.
Yeah.
And what is your point? Do you agree?
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. I think valuations are way too high, and especially NASDAQ, because that's where the Max 7 are. I think Dow will be fine. I think S&P 500 will be fine. Maybe like another, 10% drop from here. So like a 20-30% total drop for S&P 500. But I think NASDAQ is set for a massive drop. Let's see. Let's look at these lines. I want to make sure my statement is correct here. NVIDIA stock is part of the NASDAQ. Tesla is part of the NASDAQ. Apple is part of the NASDAQ. Microsoft is part of the NASDAQ. Amazon, NASDAQ. What else is left? What else is left, Luce? Max 7.
Did you say Google,
Meta.
Microsoft,
And Google.
Meta?
Meta is part of NASDAQ, and Google is part of NASDAQ. So all Max 7 are part of NASDAQ. And they are the most overvalued companies in the most overvalued equity market, in the most overvalued asset class today. And they're going to come down 50, 60, 70, 80, 90%. I wouldn't be surprised if Tesla stock comes down 90% from the top. So NASDAQ is in bad situation. Now, people look at Google's PE ratio of 21 and say it's a cheap stock, but more and more people are using ChatGPT than Google search. Okay. So, and that's where they make their money. So that's the problem. And Google and Meta sell ads. And if there's a recession, ad revenue will decline. Microsoft overspent. They also have, they make their money from, work productivity stuff. So if there's a recession, there's unemployment, they're going to suffer. Who's left? Amazon has retail, obvious issue with the recession. AWS has competition issues. NVIDIA, we talk many times. I don't think their margins are going to be as high as people think. They have a lot of competition coming online. Yeah, I think that's everybody, right? And then rest, like a big chunk of NASDAQ, like for example, let's look at Avgo, Broadcom. Avgo is also NASDAQ. Texas Instruments, NASDAQ. Micron, NASDAQ. Who else is left from chip makers here? AMD. AMD Nasdaq. So you have all Mac 7 Nasdaq, all chip stocks are Nasdaq, and these are the most overvalued companies in the world of any asset class today. So Nasdaq, I think, is going to drop 50% from the peak. I think this is a given. I mean, I shouldn't say that because I don't know, but I'm highly confident that Nasdaq will drop 50% or more in the coming months. Luce?
Yeah, no, yeah, I agree. So you are, do you think that the S&P 500 might go sideways or might gain? Meanwhile, the Nasdaq goes down?
No.
Or do you think, yeah.
No, I don't think that's possible. Because there's a lot of overlap, right? Let's look at S&P constituents. Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Google, top. Berkshire, put that aside. Broadcom, Google, Tesla. So the top holdings are the same with S&P 500 and Nasdaq. I think Nasdaq will go down further than S&P 500 because S&P 500 is more diversified than Nasdaq. But I would say S&P 500 will also drop 20-30%, if not more, in the coming months. I mean, even companies like, I'm actually, let me see. So these are the top 10 holdings. Let me see is there more that we can see here? Hold on 1 second. Ekti, you want to go while I search for this?
Yeah, so when Japan had a inflation problem last time, they had like 5 years of higher interest rates, and they went through a severe recession before inflation was back to normal. Do you think that can happen in the US and Eurozone?
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. Let's see. The next 10 in S&P 500. Eli Lilly. I think healthcare will be okay in a recession. JP Morgan is a good company. It's not too overvalued, although their CEO said, I wouldn't buy my company shares at this price. Visa, obvious issue with recession. Exxon, I think, some of the oil companies are cheaper. So, like healthcare and the oil companies and maybe consumer staples will kind of buffer S&P's drop. Johnson Johnson, Walmart, and Walmart is very expensive, but it's come down quite a bit already. Coca-Cola. There's also like some of the retail stocks have also plunged already, so they're already cheap. And I think S&P 500 will fare much better than Nasdaq in the coming months here. And also equal valued S&P 500 will fare much better than the S&P 500, the regular one, which is market cap weighted. Who's Path? UniPath software down 15% today. Palantir down 5%. TSM down 4%. It's down from 230 to 170. So that's a $60 drop. That's almost that's a 25%, almost a 30% drop. Yeah, on TSM, which is like the better company among all the chip stocks. Oil down to 67, dipped below 67. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, this is like the cheapest oil price. I mean, year over year, oil prices are down from 80 to 67. So that's $14, almost 20%. That's crazy. I mean, that's going to be huge deflation in the next couple of months of inflation reports. Luce and then Ekti.
Historically, TSM had a P ratio of around 13. And recently, because of the AI boom, went up to 26 PI, whatever it is right now. And if the AI slows down, I think it's going to go back to those PI levels. So I don't think it's a bargain or anything like that.
I think Luce. All right. What else do we want to do? Don?
Yeah, you mentioned Palantir briefly there. In my whole history, looking at stock market in the last 10, 15 years, first time I see 70 times revenue. Do you, what's your thought about that?
I mean, it was up to almost 100 times revenue, actually. Yeah, so I mean, it's obviously an overvalued stock, but I tried shorting it. I lost a little bit of money on that because I had to cover it when there was a pop after earnings, and I thought maybe it would go up a little higher, and it did, and so I was happy with the covering. But I thought about shorting it again, but I didn't pull the trigger because I had other competing ideas, and it's now down to about, let's see, it's not down below 80. So I think, yeah, it's come down a lot, but obviously there's a lot more to fall, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it is still 65 times revenue.
Right, right. Okay, let's see. What other headlines? I want to talk some macro too. Intel new CEO says, I'm joining because I believe that with every fiber of my being, that we have what it takes to win. Intel plays an essential role in the tech ecosystem, both in the US and around the world. How about that, Luce? Your new horse.
Well, he's very good. He's very good. He has a track record of doing exactly what Intel needs, which is efficiency, fire everybody, and yeah, it's a wartime CEO. I really like him. At the same time, I repeat, at the same time, as you said, companies are going down, valuations are slowly getting better, and I feel like betting on growth companies and not turnarounds. But I agree that he's a very good CEO. We will see.
Okay. Well, let's keep an eye on this. Let's keep talking about it. Um, Actually, so I read an article before you joined about the CEO. Yeah, he has a very great resume, and he's also interestingly funded quite a few companies that compete with Intel and sold them to other companies, which is really interesting. All right, here's the speech. Lucia, go ahead.
Yeah, one of his problems is that he's involved with a lot of startups. He's a venture capitalist, right? That's the word. So he's
Right.
involved with a lot of other projects. Has to be seen how much effort he will put in Intel. I mean, I hope he's a full-time CEO, but he has so many other projects. And the other thing I didn't like is that he's great, but he's a little bit old. I don't know. I think he's great, but I don't feel like buying Intel.
Yeah, he's 65. Let's read this. I'm humbled and honored to be your next CEO. Intel is a company that I've long admired. Since I was a child, I've been captivated by the power of science, technology, and engineering, and Intel's innovation has been at the heart of so many world-changing breakthroughs along the way. Of course, as we all know, past achievements do not predict future success, especially in an industry as dynamic as ours. The pace of change continues to accelerate and the competition is intense. You understand this better than anyone, and I know it has been a tough few years for all of you and your teams. One of the things you will learn about me is that I'm never deterred by challenges. Throughout my career, they have been motivated me to solve hard problems. As I prepare to come on board, I believe we have a truly unique opportunity to remake our company at one of the most pivotal moments in its history. That's not to say it will be easy. It won't be. But I'm joining because I believe with every fiber of my being that we have what it takes to win. Intel plays an essential role in the technology ecosystem, both in the US and around the world. And together, I'm confident we can turn our business around. Let me see if there's any comments from YouTube. Okay. Under my leadership, Intel will be an engineering focused company. We will push ourselves to develop the best products, listen intently to our customers, and hold ourselves accountable to the commitments we make so that we build trust. I subscribe to a simple philosophy: stay humble, work hard, delight our customers. When you anchor yourself in those three core beliefs, good things happen. This has been true in every job I've ever had, and it's the way I will approach the work ahead as your CEO. We cannot take anything for granted, and we will do regular deep dives to assess our progress. In areas where we have momentum, we have to double down and extend our advantage. In areas where we are behind the competition, we need to take calculated risks to disrupt and leapfrog. In areas where our progress has been slower than expected, we need to find new ways to pick up the pace. Most importantly, we need to work as one team. One of the most enduring lessons I learned during my university days came as an athlete, not a student. I learned to believe in and trust my teammates because I knew that was the surest path to victory. There's nothing I dislike more than losing. This is the mentality we all need to embrace. Now more than ever, our customers are counting on us to pull together. And as a CEO, empower leaders, blah, blah, blah. We have a chance to do something special together. The new intel we will learn from our past mistakes to use setbacks to strengthen our resolve and choose action over distraction to reach our full potential. Man, did ChatGPT write this? This is just a lot of fluff. It's a lot of fluff so far. Luce?
Yeah. So what people really want to know is what is his strategy with the foundries? Is he going to sell them? Is going to spin them off? What is his strategy when it comes to capex? In that letter, he says that he plans to continue on the past work and to bring foundries to be the top foundries. And so everybody thinks that he's going to keep investing in foundries and so on. And I don't know. I think there is a lot to be seen.
Okay. Headline from Newswire: Trump to invoke Alien Enemies Act 1798, a sweeping wartime authority within days, according to CNN. According to CNN, Trump to invoke Alien Enemies Act 1798. Let's see what this means. Let's see. The Alien Enemies Act of 1798 is a federal law that grants the U.S. president authority to detain or deport non-citizens from countries at war with the U.S. Historically, this act has been invoked during major conflicts such as the War of 1812, World War I, and World War II to address national security concerns. Recent reports indicate that Trump plans to invoke this act to expedite the deportations of non-citizens deemed threats to national security, even in the absence of a formal war declaration. This move aims to accelerate the removal of individuals associated with criminal organizations or activities perceived as endangering public safety. Critics argue that applying the Alien Enemies Act in this context is unprecedented and may bypass standard legal processes, raising concerns about potential violations of constitutional rights. Legal experts caution that using this wartime authority during peacetime could lead to significant legal challenges and societal implications. Interesting. This is very interesting, Luce. What do you have to say about that? You don't have to say anything about it. So we have 10 likes on YouTube. I would like everyone on X to head over to YouTube through the link at the top of your screens and give the video a like. Okay. Let's continue. We have some time today. We can keep going, reading some news. I'm taking notes at the same time. I think the implication of this here is that the employment market, the size of the employment market, will slow down its growth and could even shrink, honestly, to the extent that these folks already entered the employment market, which I don't really know how many of them did. But especially in industries where we can look at, I can name a couple, but let's look at a more comprehensive list. Which industries most employ illegal aliens? Industries that employ the most undocumented immigrants, often referred as illegal aliens in legal context, tend to be those that rely on manual labor, high turnover rates, and sometimes face labor shortage. The top industries include agriculture. Interesting. I didn't know that. Farm work, crop harvesting, and dairy farming rely heavily on undocumented labor, especially in states like California, Texas, and Florida. Construction, that was my number one choice. Many documented workers find employment in residential and commercial construction, roofing, and general labor. Hospitality and food services. Hotels, restaurants, and catering services often employ undocumented workers for roles such as housekeeping, dishwashing, and food preparation. 4. Manufacturing. Meat packing, food processing, and textile production frequently employ undocumented immigrants, especially in rural areas. 5. Landscaping and groundskeeping. 6. Domestic work. 7. Retail and warehousing. 8. Transportation and logistics. Yeah. Estimate the number of illegal aliens in each one. Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious about your opinions. If battery performance doubles and the price drops 50%, what are the implications for the market share of EVs and plug-in hybrids against ICE cars?
I mean, see, the thing is, though, that would also benefit EREVs, right? If battery range doubles and cost declines, performance improves, that still benefits EREVs, right?
It benefits who?
EREVs, extended range EVs.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
right,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so in both cases, gasoline and diesel consumption goes down a lot.
I don't know. I think the price could go down. I don't know if the consumption would go down because as price declines, there are other uses for gasoline, as you know. So yeah, I'm not sure. Also,
Uh,
like, when do you expect battery performance to double? In what period?
if you're not talking EVs, that's the case today. In markets like batteries for drones, et cetera. If you're talking EVs, probably 3 years.
Okay, so can you define maybe performance doubling?
Ah, that would mean the life of the battery is double. The energy density is double. Yeah, that's probably good enough.
Yeah. So if energy density doubles, I don't think life of the battery is a limiting factor today. These things go hundreds of thousands of miles already. And then if energy density doubles, I think that means more around. So the weight of the vehicle would be lower, so the handling would be better, range would increase, but it wouldn't double. So it would basically come to on par with these 500-mile, 600-mile gasoline cars or hybrids.
Right, right.
See, I don't think it would make them that much of a difference because people in that situation, people will still choose hybrids because they want to be able to use. Just like the changing consumer behavior is going to be very difficult around the world. It's going to be way like the cars will have to be much cheaper, and everything will have to be better, and they'll have to go, 5, 6, 7, 800 miles. So that can only is possible, I think, with EREVs today.
Well, if you have plug-in hybrids in your EREV, wouldn't people option to plug it in, and that for 90% or 99% of their driving be electric?
I mean, you would think so, right? But there's studies that show people who own plug-in hybrids don't usually plug them in.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think that's the case in China.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the charging stations will have to proliferate, and charging times will have to come down a lot. Although there's some companies in China that apparently some battery manufacturers produce batteries now that can charge 0 to 80% in less than 10 minutes. So that might be enough. I don't know, but it's gonna take a lot of time. Like it's gonna
Okay.
take a lot of time.
Yeah, if I may chime in, I
Yeah.
just got back from Asia. I talked to a lot of the Singaporeans. The BYD is a lot cheaper compared to Japanese car. So Mazda, Honda, Toyota, BYD is cheaper, and it the price you mentioned, like it's very hard to change the consumer behavior, but the price, if it's cheaper, it's a lot of them might want to switch because of the price. Don't you think?
Yeah. But when you say BYD is not much cheaper, so BYD average selling price in China is half of Tesla's, but most of their sales are hybrids. So I think the pure EV will dominate when robotaxis proliferate. And I don't think that's within the next 10 years. So I think by the second half of 2030s, I can definitely see more miles traveled on pure EVs than anything else. How about that, Robert?
Fair enough. If that's the case, what do you suppose happens to the stranded assets for oil companies?
Yeah, so I guess, then the question becomes, can they sell their oil, reduce their production cost to match the market price, and then sell their oil for other use cases?
Yeah, well, half of the oil is used for um, issues other than gasoline and diesel.
Mm-hmm.
But you really they're looking at for investors who look at out 10 years or 20 years. You're looking at half of their market going away.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But they have 10, 20 years of heads up time.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. And I would guess like airplane tickets would probably decline in price a lot as oil prices, because oil prices are basically 90% of the marginal cost for a flight, international flight. So I think intercontinental travel is still going to be, airlines. I think we're going to do a lot more of it. I think I'm going to be able to go back home, Turkey, for a weekend for like $100. I'm guessing. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So you're saying the vehicle use of gasoline and diesel declines, but the airline use increases.
Yeah, and also obviously rockets.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I don't see how airline travel doesn't increase as oil prices decline. I mean, that's the top number one cost for airlines. And the cars aren't going to be able to, like, ships aren't going to take that over. Cars aren't going to take that over. The electric airplanes are far out. So,
Yeah, I would agree with that part.
mhm,
That's at least 10 years out before you get enough energy density in batteries for airplanes.
mhm. And even then, you still have to manufacture them, and it has to be accepted. And, I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess airlines can buy electric planes, but that transition is going to be a long time too. And then same thing with ships. Although oil transportation, I guess, is a lot of the ship demand. So I mean, oil
Okay.
prices are going down. Like oil prices are going to go down. Actually, I shouldn't say that because they're already very cheap right now, below $67 per barrel. But I don't see them shooting up as they did in 2008. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah. So back to illegal aliens. Estimated number of illegal aliens on each industry. Agriculture, approximately 14% agriculture workers are undocumented. So that's about 326,000 undocumented workers. Construction, see, I was right. Construction is the number. Actually, no. Construction is almost 1 million. Leisure and hospitality is 1.2 million undocumented workers. And that's a lot of undocumented workers on leisure and hospitality. But the demand for leisure and hospitality is finally peaked, I think. I think it's starting to come down now. Personal and other services, 400,000. Manufacturing, 700,000. Business services, 1.2 million. Wholesale and retail trade, 800,000. Transportation utilities, 300,000. And then the rest of it, education, health service, about 400,000. The rest of it is smaller. So you're going to see some construction workers and leisure and hospitality, maybe some workers shortage if Trump goes through with his wartime deportation of illegal aliens. Ekti?
If Trump gets rid of all the illegal immigration and slaps tariff on top of, rest of the world, wouldn't that make inflation go sky high?
I think inflation will remain higher for longer than people think, but I don't know if it's going to go sky high because demand is also getting hit pretty hard here. Lucia?
My problem with those policies is that to really compete and to have low cost manufacturing to power the economy, you need to basically have slaves working like China. If you don't, if you overpay your workers, it's never going to work. The USA is not the entire world. In my opinion, all the policies Trump is implementing are going to fail, literally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't know that. I mean, we'll see. We'll let the time. I mean, I really like the Fed way of thinking about these things. We'll be data dependent as things come. We just want to be like, kind of talk through strategies or scenarios and be ready for any scenario. Poly market, U.S. government shutdown in 2025 now shows 52% probability. 52% probability of a U.S. government shutdown in 2025, according to Polymarket. $534,000 invested in volume, so this is very small still, but I think that is possible. Yeah, I think it's definitely. I would think it's likely actually. Democrats now liking Doge spending cuts. There's now a 52% chance U.S. government will shut down, according to Polymarket. What does Kalshi say about it? Let's see. Government shutdown before Wednesday. Give me a break. 19% chance. Wow, that's actually very high before Wednesday. I don't think it's going to happen before Wednesday. So there's that risk too now on equity markets, obviously. Government shutdown this year, 53%. So Kalshi shows 53% probability. It really rose in early February. And it's been around 40 to 60% since then, since early February. Interesting. What do you think, Lucia? Do you think, or anybody who's following politics, do you think there will be a government shutdown?
Unlikely, Yaman. I think it's unlikely, but I don't see. Yeah, I don't see it.
Why do you say it's unlikely?
Yeah, man, it will be so stupid. Like it will be so stupid, and the fact that they don't agree with Dodge cutting spending, even though they are failing, and even though they are not effective, like all stupid reasons. Like I cannot really possibly really think it's gonna happen. I don't know.
Okay. I'm putting that down, Lucia. No government shutdown, Lucia says.
All right.
Lucia. No government shutdown in 2025. I might even do a copy bet after. Maybe let's consider this a little bit active.
Yeah, if you want to cut government spending, what you can do is you can shut the government down, right?
Yeah. I mean, just for that reason, they might shut the government down.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Tesla down 4.6%. S&P 500 down 1%. Wow, Carvana is down 8% today. Wow, $165 per share. That's one of my other shorts. Let's see. Wow. See, I was thinking about maybe covering Tesla and shorting more Carvana. Hindsight 2020, but there will be other opportunities. Wow, Apple is down 2% today. Let's look at that. In the last 5 days, Apple is down 10%, 12% in the last month. Yeah, Apple went down a lot in the last 5 days with high volume too. Interesting. I mean, if you believe there's a recession, like I'm always surprised that Buffett sold Apple, to be honest with you. I mean, I did recommend to my patrons back when it was about $150 per share to buy Apple. Then it went to $250. But I'd never really said to people sell. I think it's a pretty good stock for conservative portfolios. But we'll see. Luce?
So I think, and I agree with you that the stock market is going to continue to go down. But let me tell you something, Yaman. Like, I'm ready to attack. Literally, I'm ready to attack. I think it's going to go down and new opportunities are going to rise. There are still no opportunities. Valuation are still way too high, but I'm ready. Okay, so
it's going to be a while. This decline is going to take a while.
Yeah,
it's going to take at least 2025, maybe go through even 2026. It's going to be a very slow process. Hi. How is audio on YouTube? Oh, Zachary, thank you so much. Zachary just tipped $2 on YouTube. Thank you for your great work, Zachary says. I appreciate that. And then, actually, let's put that up. Display that. Thank you, Zachary. And then Bobby Bishop, who was a big-time Rivian fan, is arguing with me about Rivian last year. Back and forth, back and forth. FSD outperforming domestic China products is a matter of opinion. Tesla went into upcoming lane that is never acceptable. Yeah, I mean, I think FSD has its. There's always a lot of hype around FSD on Twitter, on X. So it's a people should be mindful of that. All right. Anything else? Anything else? We can kind of give me 1 second. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me 1 second. We can chill a little bit too. We don't have to be too intense today. We can go on for a while. I don't have my I don't have time commitments today, so we can sit back and chill a little bit. Lucia, what else is on your radar?
Well, Yaman, HIMS, it's on my radar. You know
Yeah?
that company? Yeah.
No, I don't. What is that?
It's an insane company. It's slightly overvalued.
HIMS. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Okay, tell us about it.
Telemedicine, Yaman. I think I saw some of your photos on Instagram, right, Yaman? And I think you went to the gym. Like, you go to the gym regularly or something, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And so like how addicting, even looking at other people, how addicting performance-enhancing drugs are. And basically, HIMS, it's McDonald's of performance-enhancing drugs at lower prices and at easy to acquire. Like, it's an insane company, and it's gonna grow for sure. I just need it to go lower, a little bit lower. I'm ready, Yaman.
At what price are you going to buy that company's stock? And also, can you elaborate on what do you mean by performance-enhancing drugs by HIMS?
Yeah. So, for example, they have various offerings. Okay, they have offerings, for example, for weight loss, which you could consider them performance enhancing in the sense that you get weight loss in it's harder without those drugs. Like it's definitely a performance enhancing. They have also other things like, for example, skincare, which it looks enhancing, but it's definitely performance. Everything they have is performance enhancing. And then their latest offering, which they are going to offer in 2025, is menopause support and male testosterone support, right? And so basically they have 360 degrees of performance enhancing in whichever category you want. And I think it's the future of medicine. Like, I think it's insane, but I need to go low. I need it to go lower. I need it to go lower because it's a growth stock, and I need margin of safety. But in 10 years, I don't know what they can do. It's incredible.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the company's finances? What is their market cap? How much do they make today? And what's their revenue growth?
Yeah, so I don't remember everything by memory, even though I analyzed it. So if I'm not mistaken, they are 9 billion in market cap, 60 PE. They have a forward PE of 40 at this point because they basically the management, which is extremely good as well, forecast for a 50% increase in revenue. And then if you look at analysts, after a 50% increase in 2025, they forecast around 10-15% increase for 2026, 2027, which I don't believe it's true. I think it's going to be higher. And I think it's going to be higher because I truly believe in the company, in their offerings, in their management, in their vertical. They are vertically integrated. They manufacture their own compound medicines, which basically it's a company that only can work and function in the USA because of the telemedicine cannot work the same way in any other part of the world. So it's not affected by tariffs. It's not affected by Trump. And in fact, at the end of the day, it could be enhanced by Trump because they, at the end of the day, manufacture those drugs that they offer. They are extremely addicting. The growth, the estimate growth is good, but I think it's going to grow even more. The PE is still a little bit too high for me. I don't know, Yaman, it's such a good comp. So recently, that's really the problem, is that they used to literally offer the same GLP-1 weight loss drugs of Novo, what was the name? Novo Nordisk.
Right.
Yeah. And so basically they decided that they cannot sell it anymore. They were allowed when there was a shortage. Now this is not a shortage anymore. That was great, but there are generic drugs that basically function the same way that they can prescribe in different dosages. So I think that opportunity is not going away. There is a lot to talk about that company, but I think it's an insane company. But I need it to go a little bit lower. Have you ever analyzed it, Yaman? What is your opinion on
No,
that?
but I haven't because it seems like a meme stock to me for now. But a lot of meme stocks turn into viable companies. So, like Zoom, for example, was a company that went up a lot and then came down a lot. But today they actually make some money, and they have a brand name, and they have their service might be a little sticky than I thought. Microsoft has issues with their program, as I understand it. People still use Zoom, and they use it as a verb and everything. So, it's not there might be some AI integration that might be useful to participants. So, Zoom has definitely outperformed my expectations fundamentally, although the stock has come down quite a bit. What do you think, Lucia?
Yeah, no, I think it's like Netflix, Yaman. I think it's a company. They are literally inventing They're literally developing a future platform, like as Netflix did for entertainment. HIMS it's doing for medicine, for the sale of medicine, and in particular those performance-enhancing medicine that are extremely addicting. I repeat, and there is not a more practical, cheap, and easy way to obtain those drugs and to use and to gain and to get those drugs than from HIMS. So Yaman, for example, you get a testosterone replacement therapy, right? Then you see how easy it is and how better your life is. You go on and buy, I don't know, for example, sexual health pills. But then testosterone gives you a little bit of acne. Then and so you buy a little the skincare as well. Like that company is insane. And if you look at the metrics, you see that the retention is insane, and it's insane for this reason that those people basically are in the system at this point.
What's the
And,
retention metric?
like something insane, like the 75% or 80%. I don't remember, but it's
And you know this because the management shares it, or is it third party
no, the
verified?
management. The management.
Okay, so they share this on earnings calls.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look into it. I'll add this to my list. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, interesting discussion. Don, what do you think about HIMS?
Well, on metrics wise, I think it makes sense, but it's when it comes to retail, the question is always Amazon, right? What if Amazon suddenly copy the business model? What happened?
That's a good question. Lucia, what do you think?
Yeah, so the moat, it's the management, because it's not easy to manage and to manage a pharmaceutical company. There is a lot of knowledge that needs to be in play. So that's a moat. The management is top tier. But the other moat is the vertical integration. They have the permits and they manufacture their own drugs that they sell through that platform. That vertical integration is extremely hard to obtain because you need a lot of permits, right? And it's generally speaking a very hard, it's very hard to build. And you need to consider that HIMS, it's a 9 billion market cap company, okay? And Amazon is 2 trillions. So for them to truly invest that much time and money in something that is not going to move the needle, maybe, and they need that knowledge and all the ecosystem around it. Like, it's not that easy. It's like Netflix. I could say the same thing about Netflix because I think HIMS and Netflix are very similar. Because Disney Plus exists, then Netflix died, or because Prime Video went online, and then Netflix didn't have make more revenue. Like, it's a new business. It's a totally new way to sell medicines. Yeah, I'm very bullish on it. But I agree that they can have competitors, but it's not that easy.
Lucia, you said that management is the moat here, but obviously management can't leave. And when Warren Buffett is a saying that says something like, when there's a good management and poor business economics, is the business economics that wins. So what do you say to that?
The CEO is also the founder, and we know that when the CEO is the founder, there is something good there. We saw with Meta, Zuckerberg.
And I agree with generally, but founders can't leave. They can open up other companies that focus on other businesses and take employees from your beloved company to other companies to benefit those missions. maybe in those companies they have majority stakes, and in your company the management has a 10% stake, even though your company is the one that made that person rich. And then they go into politics. They can alienate half the country and a continent, and things cannot work out sometimes the way you expect. So what do you say to that?
Yeah, I totally see that. One in 1 million CEO did that, and I think didn't end up well. So I can see that happening again. No, generally speaking, like the business, it's profitable and it's growing profit. It's growing profit very rapidly, and the management is good. But it's not the only moat. The real moat, I think, is the vertical integration, the fact that they manufacture their own drugs, the permits. That's the moat.
Okay,
But, yeah.
so I think that's a valid point. So vertical integration as a moat. So you said they manufacture their own drugs. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more? What do you mean exactly by that?
Yeah, so man, every drug, and doesn't matter how good it really is, after 15, 20 years, as you know, maybe you don't know, but goes generic, which means that you can reproduce it and sell it and sell it probably at discount as a generic drug. So you don't have it's not the only the company that invented it is not the only company that can manufacture it anymore. And so HIMS, it's able to manufacture those generic drugs. That doesn't matter how good they are. At the end of the day, they will go generic, and they manufacture, for example, the erectile dysfunctions drugs, the skincare drugs, the GLP generic drugs as well. Like they manufacture their own generic drugs. So that's huge for profits. That's huge for moat. Requires a lot of. It's very hard to do for permits. Yeah, they are great.
Okay, I'm gonna look into this. I'm gonna look into HIMS. I'm gonna look at its valuation, and management and vertical integration. And write an article on it. Okay, Don, are you convinced? Is vertical integration a good enough argument for you?
I'm not quite sure. I haven't looked into the details. I just look at the financials. The revenue double year over year, and they're projecting to triple in the next 3 years. So based on that alone, I think it's. I think it's just waiting for the valuation to make sense, and the whole sell off. I'm looking at the pricing. If it dropped to pre-election $25, I might look into it. But yeah, but I think financial wise, I'm quite convinced. Unless they cook the book, I don't know.
Who is their auditor?
Uche?
Uche?
Yeah, did you ask a question? Sorry, I didn't understand.
Yeah, Don was asking, the financials look good. It's just a matter of valuation. So you got to wait unless they're cooking their books. So the top question, obviously, in that case is who is the auditor?
I don't know, Jan. I didn't even think it was important to look into the auditor. Is it?
Of course. Yeah, I think if it's like one of the big fours, you can look into further down. Or sometimes, some companies who cook the books, they have, like Big Four has a reputation to protect, obviously, right? They don't want to end up with a company that cooked the books. Even though it's not their responsibility per se, they still have a perception to protect. Like Arthur Anderson got caught up into Enron stuff, and even though legal proceedings afterward kind of said, no fault, no fault, found no fault, the company was gone. because by then it's kind of like, okay, your reputation is gone. And so yeah, it's important, I think, who the auditor is for sure. And then you can even look into like who the partner is, what are the companies they have, what their performance in the past, type of thing too. Or you can do your own forensic accounting analysis as well. Some companies are harder or easier to get comfortable with their financials, like Tesla. It's hard to say Tesla is cooking the books, right? Because we see the cars; it's a consumer product kind of company, as opposed to Solar City was was always harder to get comfortable with their finances because of the intricate, complex situations. So, yeah, of course it's important. I mean, you're kind of using the financials as based of your analysis, so you better make sure um, they're reliable. What do you think?
I will look into
Take-
that. No, I just wanted to answer Don that I agree
Yeah.
that the valuation
And
has to go a little bit. Oh, sorry, go on.
I just find out they purchased an ad for Super Bowl, right?
Yeah. An ad. Yeah. Super Bowl.
They
Super
purchased
Bowl.
an ad for Super Bowl. Okay, all right.
So I just wanted to say that in general, I agree that it's an opportunity. I think it's a great company. I think that is something that has to keep has to be analyzed. But I agree that the valuation is still a little bit too high because you have uncertainties when it comes to the regulatory environment. For example, now they cannot produce some kind of GLP-1 drugs. Like even though they have alternatives, they cannot produce the Novo Nordisk one. So there is some risk there. The other risk is the recession, because even though the company is good, it's incredible, there is definitely that has to have an impact, generally speaking, the macroeconomic environment. And the other risk is that the sense that this company projects a very high growth, you need to discount that, yeah, sure, there might be growth, there might be very good growth, but it might not be that huge. Like, you need to discount all those things. And even though you think that the company in the long run is going to do well, you need to have a sensible valuation that takes in account those risks. And I don't think the company is there yet. I think that with the sell-off can get there. And but I'm also ready to let the opportunity slide, even if in 2 years it's at $50, let's say. I'm ready to let it slide if the valuation is not right, because I have made so much money. Honestly, I made life-changing money in those past 2 years that I'm not willing really to lose any. And so either the risk reward it's very good, and I can even make more, or I'm willing to let it slide. So everybody should look into it. I think they should also wait. I don't think it's worth to risk it.
Sounds good. Thank you, Lucia. All right. I think that's probably enough on HIMS, and we talked Intel earlier. Do you want to go back to Tesla a little bit? What do you make of this kind of recent volatility? I mean, 5, 10%, 15% stock price changes day after day after day. It's kind of wild, isn't it? What do you make of that?
It's wild. But, look, Yaman, if I had to short the Tesla, I will do it the day before of the selling numbers, because I think it's going to be disastrous. I think the majority have no clue, literally zero clue, what the company right valuation is. They look at the graph, they think, oh, Tesla, wow, robotaxi, and so on. They don't know about the FSD tracker. They don't know how far they are from autonomy. They don't know how far they are from Optimus. They don't know the fact that the selling is slowing down. The majority of people have zero, I would say 95% have zero clue. They see the stock chart, and they say, oh, wow, there is an opportunity. It's going to double, triple in 5 years or whatever, and have zero clue. So what is the volatility? The volatility is the nonsensical market we are in. in which I don't know how it's possible that people still are willing to buy Tesla, because they don't understand what they are buying, because otherwise it's impossible. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of dip buying going for sure. There's a lot of leverage being used, definitely. So yeah, I'm not. Although, like, I think there's a huge increase in volatility. I mean, I think implied volatility of options have also surged as well. It's really doubled in the last few weeks, both calls and puts. So just so crazy to me. It's so wild, you know. And I think people generally understand Q1 is going to be low volumes, deliveries will be low and everything. But I don't think people understand how bad the situation is, like how bad the fundamentals are right now. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can I say something else? Like,
yeah,
this is the people that came from the best bull market of the probably last 20 years or something like that, that really have no clue, like that there is a bear market, there are recessions. Like, those are the people buying Tesla, that there is still this thought that there is no connection with reality. We will see, Yaman. We will see. Like, if I had to short it, I will short it right before the delivery numbers, because it's when the reality is. I will not do it before. But I think it's still good to keep a short on. Like, I think it's gonna go to.
Wait, you don't have a short on Tesla?
No, Yaman. I don't.
Wow.
I don't know.
Zachary made money on shorting Tesla. I think he's the only one that from my space who actually shorted Tesla, as far as I know. I think people sold. I think a lot of the space sold their shares higher, but or at least lightened up a little bit. But I don't think people actually shorted Tesla. I mean, the short interest in Tesla is only 2%. It's less than Ford and GM, which is crazy. Crazy that Tesla short is for Ford, less than Ford and GM. So, Don, would you ever short Tesla?
I wouldn't short Tesla, but I would buy put options.
So, did you, or are you going to?
I already covered it. Yeah.
Maybe
I'm not
can
gonna.
you go ahead?
Hmm? I'm not gonna do it down here, but
Okay,
let's say
so
there
let's.
is a that get bounce from now until the end of the month, and then I think there is a high likelihood that on April 1st, when they announce, or April 2nd, when they announce the quarterly delivery number, it's gonna cap down. So if it continues to bounce from now until end of the month, I might buy some put options.
Hold on 1 second. Can you give us the details of how you shorted and at what price and when you covered?
Sure, yeah. So I bought put options. Let's see. Let me open my history.
You don't have to share the exact details. Like, I'm just kind of generally speaking. Was it after Q4? Was it this year? Was it last year? Kind of like what? Like, is it 350, 400, 450, and when did you cover? Like, I don't need the exact details. You know what I mean? Just generally speaking.
Yeah, when I read the news about the Germany number down 50%, and then I think you posted Xiaomi delivering higher number than Model 3, right? And then put everything into account. I think that one, I think at that time the price was 360. I sold my long position and then bought a little bit of put options.
Wow. Okay. So did you say 360? When did price was 360?
360, yeah.
Okay. Wow. So this would have been about a month ago. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. When they announced the Xiaomi deliveries higher than Model 3, I think you also
Yeah,
posted that on your
yeah,
tweet.
yeah. I did. Well,
And
that's
I
great. I'm glad the that post was useful. And you covered it when?
I covered it at 250.
Okay, so let me ask you this: why did you cover it?
Why did I cover it? Because like if you believe in technicals, there is this thing called gap fill.
Right,
Yeah, I think at 250 it filled uh the gap of election gap, I think.
right. But then there was another gap with Phil right above 200, which it did on Monday.
250.
Why
Yeah,
didn't you wait for that one?
because that's not election gap. That's robotaxi announcement gap. So
Okay,
I
so
I have this belief that the whole thing, like, they want to rewind back to pre-election. That's I have this um spiritual belief, like the whole thing from November until December or early January was a post-election pump, and then after that they just want to reset back to pre-election. That's why I covered it at 250.
okay, we'll get back to that in a second. XT.
Yeah, this is a question. So I was thinking, Elon is known to go on stage and present a product that was not real, like the solar shingles, and then with the semi and the Tesla Roadster. So how far are you from that to manipulating your numbers and your books?
Are you asking me or Don?
Both of you guys, if you're willing to answer.
Don, do you want to go?
Well, I don't think Elon is manipulating the books. I think he's just overconfident or overestimating.
But those are fake products, like they don't exist.
Um, it's hard. Yeah, I mean, I think
On
it's in a gray
stage,
area. I don't know. I'll let Yaman answer. I don't have anything on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tesla Semi is entering production. I guess in given Nevada, I think it's gonna be low volume for a long time, and I don't think it's gonna be material to Tesla's bottom line. And robotaxis, I think, are 5-10 years away. I think Elon is just overconfident and whatever you want to call it. I don't really want to assign intention, but obviously just wrong. So I don't really take his word. I mean, I don't really look at what Elon says about Tesla's fundamentals. What do you think, actually?
so I'm thinking of a morality. Like me personally, I've worked in many big companies. I wouldn't go on stage and present a product like the Roadster. What was it? 600 miles? I mean, that's not even possible today with top of the line cars in the world. Like even the newest, the Zeekr, what is it? 300-400 miles? So that's double. He said double on stage. And he took money from people. I have two friends that actually put money down to get the car. So, I mean, how far in morality terms? Like
Yeah,
from
I
that,
think I don't know, but I mean, unless you can disprove him on physics, like because of this and this and this product is simply not possible. I don't think you can assign like malintent. You know, you can always justify it with either he was too optimistic, and also like I don't think Tesla raised that much money with roadster reservations, first of all, or semi reservations, and semi is becoming a product now. So roadster is just too small of a market, and the world changed a lot in the last 5 years. Like Tesla was the only game in town at the time when he made those announcements in 2018, 2019. And now it's not. Chinese have really outperformed expectations. Companies like people end up giving 20 plus billion dollars to companies like Rivian. And I mean, as far as like, at least I couldn't foresee those things happening. So, interest rates surged. Other priorities emerged, like politics. So I don't know. I can't really assign malintent, but at the same time, it's enough for me to start ignoring what he says about other stuff about Tesla.
Well, he also said the cars will be driving.
Drop it. I'm walking my dog. Keep going.
Oh, sorry, thought you said to me. Well, I mean,
No, sorry.
I've been following Tesla for a long time. So in 2014, Elon said, the robotaxi 90% of the time it's gonna drive you. And if you just look at multiple things, there's so much overpromised, and you're like, is it all overpromising or is it something else? Because those are a lot of promises. And I mean, in regards to the Roadster, it's 2025 now. I mean, that was 2017, so that's almost 10 years. Add 2 more years and you're 10 years off. And no, is anybody close to the range that they promised?
Well, you can't make a car with that range. That's not the problem. It's just the cost is the issue. And as you know, when he made those promises, lithium prices were much lower. Now lithium prices surged, and then interest rates surged, which means who's going to be able to afford those cars? Like, there's not going to be enough people to afford those cars at this time. But yeah, honestly, like, would I have preferred that he didn't make those announcements? Yes. Did he raise money on those prospects? Yeah, maybe some people who gave money buying Tesla stock or buying the bonds, convertible bonds or whatever, maybe they did believe those things. I don't know. But you can't prove any of this stuff,
But would you make statements about products that not possible, like at that time? I mean, you can order.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like they're physically not possible.
It's still not out, so
Yeah.
8 years off. I mean, that's not okay. 1 year, 2 year, that's fine.
And they're not going to come in the next 2 years either.
So that's 10 years. I
Yeah.
mean, did he just do that to pump his stock? Because
maybe,
as I'm looking at it now, it looks quite viable. So
maybe, who knows? Billy Utz, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. Bobby Bishop says maybe you have me mixed up with someone else. I rarely comment and don't recall everyone having shotguns. Yeah, maybe I am confusing. Who knows? Neil, how are you?
Hey, wonderful. Yelvin, how you doing, man?
I'm good. We're having a longer pace today. Just kind of getting things done.
So I just wanted to say, back in November, we talked about the sugar high and how it might end, in Q1. And I don't know. I think we got it right. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Steven Hartlieb, thank you very much for sending $2 via Cash App. Man, people are tipping. Neil, how's this? How's that? Neil, I'm not sure what you mean. We got right. You mean the sugar high on the stock? So where do you think the stock goes now?
Yeah, but sugar high just in the market in general. It wasn't just Tesla specific. It was a sugar high in the sense that the previous administration really ran the numbers up, because ultimately, if I'll just throw some different adversarial scenarios out, but if you think that you're going to lose, maybe you want to run the numbers up so that the next person coming in can't really keep that up. It just falls, right? A little bit of a setup, right? Like, you can think about in any given job or scenario, if you were going to have a transition from one person to the next, you may be able to pick them up, right? And I think a lot of us saw the setup. We saw the sugar high. There's no surprise that when an opposing and very frictional administration comes in, that there wouldn't be an immune response that to drive the market higher would make no sense. There's only one way you could do it. And that's what we're seeing.
Okay.
So is it a staircase down? Probably. Not a crash, but a staircase. That's my prediction.
All right. Okay, great. Equity?
Yeah, one more thing. We also shouldn't forget that he also sold a product that was supposed to cost $39.99, and I don't know if you remember what that was supposed to be.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Cybertruck.
Oh, yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, 39,900, yeah.
Yeah, that's what people put money down for. I mean,
Yeah,
he's-
actually, you can come up with hundreds and hundreds of examples over the last 20 years. If you look at Tesla's history, there are hundreds and hundreds of examples of Elon, saying things and either not coming true or coming through much later. And but I don't know if you saw one of my, I'll pin it up here. One of my highlights that I pinned, and we talked about it before. And at the top of our screens, this Elon's lawyer's defense called corporate puffery. Defendants next argue that several timeline and safety statements are non-actionable statements of corporate puffery and optimism. In the Ninth Circuit, vague generalized assertions of corporate optimism or statements of mere puffing are not actionable material misrepresentations under federal securities laws because no reasonable investor will rely on such statements. So I don't quite understand what the point of discussing this topic further is, Ekti. I mean, what are you going to do? Are you going to sue the guy? More power to you, but I don't want to waste my time with this topic any longer. Okay. Trump says he doesn't think Russia will attack U.S. allies. Nutrien says 5 to 10% correction in stocks makes sense, natural. He also says I don't forecast U.S. at all going into a recession. Okay, so he's throwing his hat on the no recession camp, and I think that is the bigger camp right now. Most people don't think there will be a recession. Most pundits don't think there will be a recession. The highest estimate I've seen is a 50-50 or a little less than a 50, I think he said. Former U.S. Treasury Secretary under Bill Clinton in the last year. I forget his name. Let me just see. The Harvard guy. Former U.S. Treasury Secretary under Bill Clinton in 2000. 1999, I think. Come on, ChatGPT, you can do it. Neil?
I was just going to say, I think it's important to define what recession means. If it's just a mathematical failure definition, this much drop over this much time, that's a metric that can just be avoided. So when we say recession, I think ultimately that's just a generalized term that nobody wants to put a specific definition to, because if they did, it wouldn't be long before that definition failed.
Yeah, there's one definition of recession. There's only one definition of recession. Everything else is kind of made up. By the way, the person I'm thinking about is Larry Summers. Larry Summers. Let me find the definition of recession, Neil. Give me 1 second.
Yep, thank you.
A significant decline in economic activity that is spread across the economy and lasts more than a few months, often marked by declines in employment and production. Okay. Neil, go ahead.
Yes. So my conjecture is that this metric will not be well defined. What you said cannot be well defined. It's broad enough that no metric can actually measure it. That's my theory, which is unfortunate, which makes all of this speculation.
Okay. A recession is defined as a significant decline in economic activity spread across the market lasting more than a few months, normally visible in real GDP, real income, employment, industrial production, and wholesale retail sales. This is according to a business cycle dating committee announced on January 7, 2008, NBER.org, National Bureau of Economic Research. That's good enough for me. All right, let's continue. Trump says still have good relation with North Korean leader. U.S. stocks extend fall, Nasdaq down 2%. Interesting. I didn't realize that was going on while I was on this walk. Nasdaq down 2.2%, S&P 500 down 1.5%, Russell down 1.7%, Dow Jones down 1.4%. And let's see if S&P 500 just took out the lows from the other day. Yep, this is the S&P just took out the lows from the other day, and I think this should confirm the 10%. Yep, now more than 10%. And I would be shocked if S&P 500 didn't drop below 5,000 in the next couple of weeks here. I would be shocked. S&P 500 drop below 5,000. Neil, you follow politics a little bit, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you think there will be a government shutdown?
I think it is a political theater. I subscribe to what Mr. Massey said. This political theater occurs every year with the continuing resolution, which is just a kick the can down the road because we can't figure things out. And we've done this for a decade or more. So yeah, the political theater will continue. A government shutdown means absolutely nothing. It never has. It won't. It will be short term. It is ultimately political theater.
Well, the government shut. Okay, so you think there will be a shutdown, and then they will reopen, pay the bills in arrears.
Yes, it'll be magical that somehow the government reopens just a short time later. Amazing.
Yeah. Does anybody think another scenario is more likely here? So either a no government shutdown, or government shuts down, and then there's some some payments are not made, which is also possible, especially with this government. I think they're kind of against some of these things. I mean, I think Trump also kind of floated the idea of not paying some of the treasuries, and a few of the talking heads in the bond market, or big time investors, actually, I should say, are considering the possibility of treasury payments revised. So let's say, for example, if you have a 7%, or let's say, for example, you have a treasury that pays 5%, it gets revised to 1% going forward, and that's it. And yes, the US has never done this, but they can do it. So just because something hasn't happened before, they can definitely do it. And it is a possibility that's not, and it's also a risk that's not priced in the markets for sure. 10-year treasury is at 430, 30 years at 462. Wow. Let's read this Reuters article. Let's see what's going on. U.S. tech indices fell on Thursday following President Donald Trump's threat to impose additional tariffs on imports from the European Union. Although data showing cooling inflation offered some respite, in the latest trade salvo, Trump said he would levy 200% duty on European beverage imports unless the EU removes surcharges on U.S. whiskey. He had previously threatened to penalize the bloc if it imposed retaliatory tariffs on American goods next month. U.S. beverage makers were mixed. Brown-Forman, added 2%, while Molson Coors lost 1% and Constellation Brands dropped 1%. Speaking on the market impact of tariffs, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said in an interview that he was not concerned about Wall Street's recent volatility and the economic detox does not have to be a recession. Interesting. Not sure what that means exactly. Markets were roiled earlier this week by Trump's unpredictable trade restrictions, stoking concerns that an escalating trade conflict on multiple fronts could spur domestic inflation and potentially hinder growth. Bessent's comments are basically telling you there's a plan and it's not as haphazard as it seems. But the market doesn't know what the exact policy is going to be. Said Tom Hayes, chairman at Great Hill Capital. And now we're going to continue, but let's go to Don.
Yeah, do you know that Scott Bessent, he was a disciple of George Soros?
Yes, I did know that. Yep. He was this chief investment officer, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So what is he doing in Republican administration?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. I don't know the answer. Neil, what do you think?
Ultimately, I think what you're just trying to live on is how can I live through 4 years and hope that I can get beyond that, right? They're just looking for the next round of funding. And that timeline has been expanded, So it's time to cut expenses and hold until they can get funding, right?
Sorry, say it again, Neil.
So basic sum up, they have a funding issue.
Mhm.
They have a near term, they have an acute funding
And
issue.
they mean the U.S. government.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Are
Exactly.
you not American?
I'm an American.
Okay, then why don't you say we?
So yeah. Well, so let's say this: the institutions that are relying on government funds have an acute problem, and if it's chronic, they probably deserved it.
Mhm. Okay. Interesting. I just spilled coffee. Ekti?
Yeah, so I'm shocked that you only have 2,500 subscribers on YouTube. You do excellent work. And did you also do you know about the economist Ludovico Mises? He wrote a long time ago, once you go down this path of credit expansion, low rates, and so on, the only path out of it is through a recession or a currency crisis. And what do you think about that?
Well, looks like Neil and Luce agree. Let's give a word to them. But before that, a quick thank you to Crunch the Grace Hopper, $5 YouTube tip. He says, playing catch up at 1.5 speed. Did the space start really over 2 hours ago? I'm raising dollars to convert my IRA to Roth like my whole pension in October 29. Well, thank you very much, Crunch. Luce, do you want to respond to Ekti?
Yeah, no, I mean, I totally agree, because once you grow and you have good times through debt, and that debt keeps increasing, and the rates that the payment on the debts keeps increasing as well. The only way out is a crisis. It's it's a currency crisis, or it's a slow of the economy to such levels that debt is going to be repaid because there is a failure, and that money it can be repaid for debt. But so what I want to say that my only really other hypothesis is that AI and autonomy could save the situation, because if you have cheap manufacturing, then basically you can make it. So I think honestly the USA should develop humanoid robots, as they developed the atomic bomb in World War II. I think they should have the same priority for humanoids robots, and that's the only way to not have a crisis for the debt.
Okay, Neil.
I just want to say Luce had a lot of good points, but ultimately what I would give advice to anyone is in this modern day world, the best thing you can do is collect assets. And unfortunately, that's not easy because assets are something that we just have to stack, right? Like toilet paper that you don't use during COVID, you have to buy it, just let it go, just stack it on the side. But to the extent that you can collect true assets, you win this game of life. And ultimately, what assets mean are things that we all value. So it's got to be good companies. You can go back to Warren Buffett, right? Just back to core companies, hold assets. So if you really want to make it, just as soon as you can, as painful as it is, just start to collect assets. And you know what? Don't sell them. If you really believe in those companies and those
Yeah,
things,
Neil,
that's
this
it.
is thank you.
But
There's
that's
a
it.
lot of
Sorry.
fluff. There's way too much fluff in what you're
Oh,
saying.
man.
Yeah, why don't you come up when you have something specific to talk about? All right, let's kind of continue here. Elon Musk made secret visit to U.S. spy agency. Meeting between Musk and the National Security Agency leadership was positive, but comes after he called for its overhaul. Okay. Trump still has good relation with North Korean leader. We talked about that. Anything else here? Let's see. Trump says we're going to have to make a deal on Greenland. I think annexation of Greenland will happen, Trump says. 26 minutes ago. Man, this guy has, like, does he have like daily conferences multiple conferences every day? Way too much noise. Tesla is down more than 5% now. Who was talking about gap before? Was it Don? Yeah, Don was talking about gap filling. And it looks like Tesla stock filled the gap from I guess that's Monday, Tuesday, or the Wednesday open. Yesterday's open. Don, what do you think about that? Are you buying here then?
Well, the gap was at 214. It reached to 16.
No. This is yesterday's open. Yesterday's opened up. It had closed the previous day at 234, and it opened up at 245. So it just closed the gap from yesterday's open. So, but I think it's going to decline below the low seen on Tuesday morning, which is 215.
Yeah, I might buy a little bit at 230 because it closed the gap, right? Just tiny bit. And then I think but the gap from Robotaxi to 14 hasn't been filled, right? I mean, it
But
went
I
as
think
low
it did
as
actually, honestly, I know if you consider after hours market and stuff, but in Robinhood, the stock went down as low as 212 Monday night.
yeah. That's the thing. Like after market or after hours, does that count as gap fill? I'm not sure. But there is
Okay.
another one at 192. There's another
Mhm.
gap at 192.
Mhm.
I think that's when I probably will go aggressive.
Interesting. So
Just based on
do you mostly
superstitious.
do I got you. Do you mostly do technical analysis? Do you do, fundamental analysis as well? I mean, what do you think is the intrinsic value of the company today?
I do fundamentals, but I look at technical for timings.
Okay. So let's talk some fundamental, which is more kind of my up my alley. Do you want to do some of the parts kind of analysis, like automotive, energy, and other?
Yeah, I like to do a high level. So I think energy with the China mega pack launch. They just launched mega factory, right, for the energy.
Stay.
I think the energy is about 300 to 400 billion valuation.
How did you get to that? I want to hear how you got to two to $300 billion valuation.
I think let's just assume 30, 40 multiples, and then the last quarter, the energy did 1 billion.
Mm-hmm.
And then considering China
Gross
will
profit.
double
Gross profit. Right?
Okay, gross profit. Okay.
Right.
Okay, let's say they double this year, so 1 billion net profit, operating profit, just roughly, okay? And then plus China, 2 billion,
Mm-hmm.
right? Roughly, and then 30, 40 multiples, you got what? And then that's per quarter, right? 2 billion per quarter, times 4, so 8 billion, and then 40 multiples, 300 billion, just roughly. Bull case. And then auto, I don't know, 0. Auto is 0. I think it's just robotaxi, and robotaxi is
Right.
1 trillion.
Right.
Robotaxi is 1 trillion.
Okay. Let's go to there's a lot to unpack there. Jimmy, what do you think about the $200 to $300 billion valuation for energy?
I think it's unreasonable at these multiples, and these multiples are ridiculous. I think the return to normalcy will occur. And although I believe in Tesla's energy mission, I think that the multiple should be equated to any major green smart energy company that exists on the market right now. I mean, the multiples are higher than the nuclear energy companies, and those SMRs haven't even been deployed yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see that done.
Yeah, I mean, that's bull case. 30, I assigned 30 because that's bull case, but agree. I mean, if you want to apply it 10, 15, then it's 100, 150 billion. But the thing is, like, I haven't seen Tesla being fairly valued. It's always overvalued. And every time it's undervalued, Elon will just show up and, start selling. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he didn't sell any shares when it went above 400. But who knows? There's a lot of other things you can do with the stock other than selling in the public market. But I think, Don, one thing you said, you said Shanghai factory will double the profits of energy division, and I don't think that's true. I think Tesla Energy will really struggle to make any money in China. I mean, you've seen the struggles that they're going through with the Tesla automotive in China. I think Tesla Energy struggles will be 10 times worse because the product is less differentiated than even the vehicles. So that's a big problem in your argument, in my opinion. And that's secondly, I think the margins in US, energy margins in US will also decline. Jimmy? Sorry, Don, why don't you respond to that? And now, Jimmy.
Yeah, I totally agree. My number 300 billion is just a rough estimate because you always have to overvalue Tesla, right? But if you want to really fairly value it, I fully agree with you.
Okay, Jimmy?
I would say the major issue of this, people who've been shorting the stock, like Bill Gates, have just come on the wrong side of time. And, when we believe about valuation, it's a tough thing. Elon Musk is currently in government. He could theoretically, long term, do certain things that help Tesla Energy. I'm not sure what they are, to be honest. But he's in a position right now where he could push that. And if Tesla is overvalued today, I just can't imagine what better position should a CEO have been historically in the American financial markets than to basically telling the American president what to do in an official capacity. And he hasn't talked about energy yet with Donald Trump. So I would say it is overvalued, but let us see if they have a green energy summit. I mean, I know it's going to be weird. A Republican having a green energy summit. I know, they had a crypto summit. It was nothing. But green energy from Republicans before the midterms would be, I think, something good for the polls, and I think it'd be useful for Tesla. Maybe they could have that huge fund that talks, semiconductor fund, cool. What about a green energy fund? I know it's weird. Republicans doing a green energy fund, but it could be grants, it could be loans to existing companies, it could be deregulation to support them in an accelerated process. There's a lot that can be done, but the Department of Energy, Yaman, I think this is very important. The main barrier to Tesla's valuation on the energy side is the Department of Energy. If the Department of Energy had much lower thresholds of regulation to speed up building stuff, and the energy market could sustain what Tesla's going to be doing the next 5 years, if they ramp that up, who knows what the pricing should be for the valuation. But what about this? A $500 billion smart energy fund. A lot of that would be going to Tesla. And you can see certain states definitely need it. Donald Trump would be considered the New Deal president, like FDR. And in some ways, Donald Trump is kind of like FDR. He's been doing a lot of FDR stuff. It would get a lot of the Democrats who vote for him locked in, a lot of the Republicans on the fence locked in, a lot of the swing states locked in. I mean, $500 billion could be spent on many other things more poorly than green energy, in my opinion. I know a lot of money's been misspent. A lot of stuff didn't get built the previous administration. But this would go to Tesla, it would go to SMRs, it would go to Westinghouse, another American company, it would go to those types of companies. What about that?
Great. I mean, that has to pass through the Congress, right?
So that's the thing about the executive orders. They force the Department of Energy to reduce regulations. That is not something that has to go through Congress. There is an existing fund for infrastructure. They could take it from DARPA. And then they could tell banks to work with them, provide green energy loans that would not have to go through Congress, backed by Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac. They would not have to go through Congress for that.
Okay. So you're saying Trump can funnel $500 billion to Tesla?
It's loans. Yeah, I mean, it's loans. It's not from the budget. It's loans.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And when do you think this revenue and profit is going to reflect in Tesla's financials?
6 years, probably 5 years from now.
Okay.
I mean, the question is, Yaman, do we have an energy crisis in America? We do. Do we have an energy
Yeah, I don't
infrastructure
know.
problem?
It's hard to say there's an energy crisis when oil is at 66. And then secondly, Elon has been very sensitive so far to any sort of, post perception that he's trying to benefit his own companies with his involvement in the Trump administration. But I don't know.
Just quickly, Yaman, China today has a lower utility price per kilowatt than America. That's one of the reasons why manufacturing is cheaper there and more effective. That would be a crisis. If he wants to bring the jobs back, manufacturing back, he can't just cut taxes. He needs to cut the cost of energy to make it competitive again. That's a crisis. We are going to be outpaced and outbid by every single Chinese CNC manufacturer for the next 50 years, unless we can fix that.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So how are we going to play it? Are you buying Tesla shares?
Me personally,
Yes.
I have no money.
Okay. Lucia, what do you think about Jimmy's point that Trump is going to create a green deal of hundreds of billions of dollars, and most of it will go to Tesla, kind of like how the chip act, a lot of it went to NVIDIA.
Well, but that's different. That's different. It's, from one point of view, those are critical industries for a country. Like if tomorrow Tesla didn't exist, Nothing will change. There are many other companies doing EVs. Like, who cares? Like, it's not a critical company.
Okay. Don, do you have anything to add, or Ekti?
Yeah. So, but didn't Trump end the EV credits? So how would they manage to fund that much money into, batteries and so on?
Did you say batteries?
EV or whatever Tesla's doing. So, I mean,
Maybe where is he going to find the money? Is basically what Ekti is saying.
Well, I believe this is fundamentally a national security threat. So DARPA should be involved in this. And what they do, they traditionally would have done with Operation Warp Speed, they work with banks to have a federal backstop through the Treasury. And they provide low-cost loans to these companies. These are assets for the U.S. government that will be paid back. Tesla will take on $100 billion worth of debt, for example, in this case, at maybe almost 0% interest rate, with a locked period. So it comes in $20 billion per year, and every 2 or 3 years they must build X number of installations, improve X number of grids into smart grids, and have a number of energy facilities so they can store that energy through relays. That is something, for example, California would need, but I think it would start in Texas, and then every single time they meet those milestones, the rest of the money would be unlocked per year.
No hands mode, Lucia.
So my problem is that you really will buy a company on the theory that this might happen. Even if this, let's say it might happen, what is the chances? Like 10%? Let's say 15%? Like, what are the chances? Like, it's meaningless. I will never buy a company so overvalued on the basis of that this happens.
It's funny, considering how much money was misspent by the previous administration into different companies that never got anything done, and the amount of subsidies that Ford and GM got. Find that very funny. I mean, God, the Chevy Volt, how much did that cost the American taxpayer to subsidize? You guys, you have to realize this. $25 billion a year, it's not much. It's really not much. And it could be spread across different companies as well. It doesn't just have to be Tesla. It could be federal loans to state governments. It doesn't require congressional approval. So, because state governments have to pay it back. It doesn't come from the budget.
No hands mode. If you have any comments on what Jimmy said, maybe a new Green Deal by the Republican administration, where hundreds of billions of dollars go into Tesla, you're welcome to request to speak or leave a comment on YouTube Live or in the replies below the space.
I just want to also point out, most of Elon's companies survive under government funding. I mean, SpaceX just got access to Niger. It was going into Ukraine. That partially was paid for by the U.S. government, partially paid for by Poland's Ministry of Digital Ministry of Transformation, something like that. And then, Canada had a province that was going to pay $100 million a year, and then they canceled it. So, I mean, this is not unique, guys, and yet SpaceX has a $100 billion valuation. I just think a Green New Deal from Republicans would be supported by all Republicans, except for Joe Massey. Joe Massey, he doesn't support anything apparently. It's enough of a majority to get it through, and I wonder what the Democrats would yell at this time. All these Republicans trying to fix the climate, trying to do good things for the environment, they're no good. I wonder if they would start siding with oil companies. That'd be pretty funny.
What do you think is the probability of such a deal passing, Jimmy?
Congress, Senate, 100%. If he proposes it, sure.
Jimmy is on a troll mode. again.
Come on, Yaman. Republicans control the Congress, control the Senate.
Come on, Jimmy. Come on. They're going to go from baby drill to let's buy batteries. Give me a break. Ekti.
I think Jimmy makes an excellent point. I mean, it's possible they may do that. I find it highly improbable. But how do you justify it? Like Elon said, like they're not gonna take any benefits since in government, and then you hand out what 500 billion to his companies. It's kind of, how do you hold that press conference?
Well, Donald Trump has
Jimmy,
proposed a lot
Jimmy,
more.
I want to move on from this topic. I want to ask you other things. What do you think about the current inflation numbers that came out? CPI, PPI, both below expected. True inflation showing 1.4%. You predicted stagflation a couple of years ago, and the word became more popular in the last month or two. And now all these current measures of inflation are showing something different. What do you think?
You just can't win. The data always proves you wrong. I mean, I say stagflation, the data comes out, says that I'm completely incorrect. And yet, when you find Google Trends, if you go search through Google Trends, when it comes to inflation, the mentions of inflation go up. The mentions, as you said, of stagflation go up. Yaman, don't you think it's partly psychological, something that cannot be identified in the data?
Well, stagflation can be identified. High unemployment, high and rising unemployment, and high and rising inflation is the definition of stagflation. So, okay, so you don't have any comments on that.
No problem.
Do you think inflation is still a problem?
Well, it becomes a problem when wages don't increase. So what we could see is inflation in the economy does go down because there's a booming recession. Spending goes down. But what about, for example, if banks loan less? In this case, yes, if banks loan less, housing market tanks, and there's a recession, that would be a sign of deflation because prices would theoretically go down too. But how much would they have to go down while wages don't increase? And the question is, what is the gap between what wages are today versus what the price of housing is for the average income? How many years of savings would be required to buy a home, considering if the mortgage rate doesn't change? And I don't think the mortgage rate is going to change the next few years. So in that case, I mean, people are feeling the effects of inflation. I don't think anything can be done to alleviate this other than, of course, through some kind of tax credit or SALT is passed again, or if Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac start offering more liquidity and reducing rates and so forth. In these cases, yes, but there's a wider issue. If America becomes a tariff nation, I know it's going to sound strange, if it actually becomes a real tariff nation, then okay, you're going to laugh at me. I mean, this is what he's been saying for years, and he's trying to implement it. Now, you asked me a question about stagflation. The facts are the tariffs have not been implemented. So the question should really be, if tariffs were implemented, what would the rate of inflation actually be over the next 3 years? The tariffs were only implemented a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I said the exact thing earlier when we were talking about
Yeah,
CPI. So sounds like we have the same point. Who laughed at you?
No comment.
Okay.
I didn't laugh. I laughed that
Why?
it sounded funny because I mean
Mhm.
Trump loves the tariffs, so it sounds insane. But
It's his favorite word, he said. It's favorite word.
I wasn't laughing at you. I was just laughing at the fact that USA becomes a tariff
Hey,
nation.
I'm just saying, I'm no snitch, okay?
What?
I'm not a snitch. He asked me to snitch you out. I said I wasn't going to tell him.
Dude, I'll tell it. I don't mind. I'll tell it. I wasn't laughing at you. Just the fact what you said. Just so you know that.
All right. Okay. What else, Jimmy? So are you not a Tesla investor? I'm so confused right now about your stance
I
on
did
Tesla.
buy some Tesla. It's in my Roth IRA, and you know the penalties of withdrawing that. In terms of actual liquidity, I don't actually have any available funds as I'm building a startup. Thus, I do not dollar cost average. I've had it in my Roth IRA now for almost 9 years. And again, the penalties for removing it are very, very steep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Did you not sell any shares above 400?
Honestly, the price of Tesla should be about 1/4 what it is today.
What happened to a Green New Deal just a second ago?
I think there's a difference between if I had the option of buying in at the price of, let's say, $40, $50, believing in the Green New Deal, which I would still do, would give me a reason to try and find cash and invest. But considering at this price, even if the Green New Deal is announced, would the value of Tesla be, I would say at most, double, maybe 10% chance, if it's announced, most likely not go up much. I don't
Okay.
think it's a lot of money. I mean, 25 to 50 billion a year, it's not significant enough. It would take them years to build. They're not making much money out of it. R&D and CapEx. These are loans that have to be paid back. There's no outcome of guaranteed profit. It's essentially a public service. They become a public utility company in this case. And, the net good is that Tesla becomes a stronger American brand, more entrenched as an institution, rather than just being an EV company.
Okay, great. All right.
Would you like to talk about the history of tariffs?
No. Nope. Doge proposed a nearly 20% cut to IRS staff. Doge proposed a nearly 20% cut to IRS staff. This came out a few minutes ago. Future U.S. growth depends on whether we can build housing, adjacent data centers, etc. Trump, not the reason many had a bad forecast. What were strengths yesterday are warning signs today. Markets missed the mark in late 2022. Are they about to do it again?
Hey, Yaman, I wanted to ask something, Jimmy. Jimmy, I remember you saying that you always invest in the USA, in the USA future and so on, right? So what do you think about Intel?
I think it's a dumpster fire of a company. But even though they suspended their dividends, I think over time they could be improved. How? Through a private sale. In this case, if they go private, most likely will be bought by a combination of companies, BlackRock and Blackstone, a few others, maybe Berkshire Hathaway. This conglomerate could reorganize it, put the necessary funding, find the right people, and turn it into an actually useful company. It's missed out on so many things. The CPUs that it produces can be used for other purposes. I don't doubt that, but they need to focus on being an innovative company again, taking their cash and focusing on R&D that actually matters, getting more military contracts, for example, at the NSA that they used to do back in the 90s. These things will keep it afloat, and it'll be a good long-term investment for those companies in the next 20 years. But as a public stock, as actual investors, it is a terrible company to buy.
No hands mode.
I don't need to raise hands anymore.
Yeah, no hands. Just be respectful of other people on the speaker board, and wait a couple seconds until that someone stops speaking.
Right. So, what do you think about the possibility of reflation? That inflation goes higher after coming down, and what will happen?
I mean, that depends on. Are you talking me or Jimmy?
Both of you.
That depends on tariff wars. Like if these tariff wars continue to escalate, then I think it's a possibility. But I don't think it's a probability. I don't think Trump is stupid. I don't think people, when people say like things like, I don't really understand when people say things like the two-time U.S. president and the world's richest man don't know what they're doing. I mean, give me a break. So they know what they're doing.
Yeah, and the other thing, Yaman and everyone, United States is about to have its 250th birthday. next year. So are we, I mean, superstitious wise, are they gonna do something that will look bad?
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I think there will be some tariffs. I think he does have to raise some revenue to pass the tax cuts, but I don't think it's going to turn into like a massive tariff war. And it's a possible, it's a very unlikely scenario. Jimmy, what do you think?
I think it will probably turn into a tariff war. I guess I'm one of those in the naysayers. I think he believes that America is being ripped off. And in truth, if you follow the logic that any country that has a trade deficit with us needs to be tariffed massively, let's go through the logic. Mexico, 5 years ago, had a $20 billion surplus. 2020 had a $40-50 billion surplus, and today has a $100 billion surplus. So it's a massive growth. At the time of NAFTA, it was net zero. And this was mostly because American companies didn't have a reason to move to Mexico. There was no NAFTA, and they still had a surplus of us, but it's very small, mostly in agricultural goods. In return, American companies, which existed at the time, would send over things like, Harley Davidsons that are manufactured in the U.S. and cars, things like that. Today, how do you fix a $100 billion surplus against the United States? Small, gradual tariffs, or tariffs that randomly turn off and on. If he leaves and then JD Vance comes in, he has to have some kind of achievement, and people just point out, like, actually, Mexico's deficit went up. It still has a massive trade surplus. And he'd be like, well, that's true. We tried our best, guys, but we were really trying to tackle fentanyl and tackle those cartels. It wasn't about the surplus at all, even though I kept on telling people that along with Donald Trump. No, he can't say that. The truth is that there are a lot of countries right now that have these surpluses, and they buy very little American goods. They're a trade partner, usually the second largest, China being the first in those countries. So China number one for them, then America number two. China number one, they're exporting most of the time. Turkey, Thailand, it could be South Korea, it could even be Mexico, actually, strangely enough. A lot of agricultural goods, it could be unrefined goods and so forth. And then they're exporting to the US value-added goods, manufactured goods, for low prices, often subsidized. In his logic, Donald Trump has no reason to remove any of those tariffs until the deficit between those two countries narrows by a certain amount. And I think in his mind, they have to narrow 20 to 30% by the time he leaves office, or else there was just no point of it to begin with. And to achieve this, he needs at least 20% tariff on most of those countries. If he's talking to India, India has a trade deficit. India has a trade surplus to the United States. Somehow. There's only two countries, I believe, that have trade surpluses, that we have a trade surplus with them. Australia, because they buy airplanes, and I think it's another country, I forgot. Anyway, in order to achieve some kind of equity with India, there has to be two things. They have to accept the tariffs and also accept American investment. If they accept American investment by deregulating their economy, which will just never happen, there is more unlikely for that to happen than to Trump take away the tariffs. Then he's left with no choice but to keep the tariffs on. So if you believe that's just leverage, what happens if leverage doesn't work? Therefore, he keeps the tariffs on, right? If it's a tariff war, no one's going to stop unless they renegotiate their trade treaties with Trump. And if they do, domestically, it would hurt every single one of those leaders. And so they have no reason to do it. I don't think the trade war is... I understand they're very smart people, but at the end of the day, American citizens have a high approval rating of Donald Trump because they expect him to keep his promises. And if he doesn't keep his promises with the tariffs, I think that really hurts JD Vance's chances in 2028.
But Jimmy, don't you think that turning on and off tariffs like that would just make it very hard to do business? Especially like Mexico and Canada has been doing business and trade with the US for decades. So I mean, how do you
Yeah,
plan for
isn't one of
that?
the issues though that it's so easy to do business with the U.S. That has become the problem. I don't think people realize that. In Donald Trump's mind, the fact that Mexico is doing so well economically is the problem.
Well, trade
I-
deficit means that your country isn't producing enough. So why isn't the U.S. producing enough? And
That's not fair. You see, I think the argument is China is using Mexico as a backdoor to export goods to the United States. They send raw resources, materials, and then they build factories in Mexico, and then they export those things to the US. It is China gaining the net benefit of this, actually. It's not Mexico that is producing the goods. Essentially, it's Chinese companies and China doing it. So it's not only a national security threat, it's Mexico benefiting from the symbiotic relationship where they're getting a lot and still getting American protection militarily, still getting American access to the market. And what, in terms of the net benefit, is there to America in this threesome? Clearly, the US is losing in this threesome, correct? This trifecta of pain, the Chinese are gaining the most.
well, you're getting products for cheap. So, I mean, if you introduce tariffs on it, it's just going to make it more expensive for the US because Mexico can sell it to Europe or,
Okay,
everybody
I don't
else.
think you're getting the point. Is it fair that Mexico's surplus with the United States went from 20 billion to 150 billion?
I think the US should look at why everybody else is making money and doing business in Mexico. What has Mexico changed the last 10, 20 years? And what can we learn from that?
Right, has nothing to do with cheap labor, right?
Probably has, but does it also have to do with all these environmental regulations and all these kind of regulations, lawsuits? All those things add to costs.
I think this is the net lie. China doesn't want to do as much business in the US because they have a lot of influence in Mexico. They can influence local governments to do their bidding. They build a mine in Mexico, they have a lot of leverage. That's not something they can achieve in the US. And that's the main reason. It has nothing to do with any of the things that you're saying. It's influence, it's a war, it's a battle of attrition for political ideals.
I think, Jimmy, that you're right about everything. I'm very afraid that Trump is going to do exactly what you said. And I know what's going to happen when you do that. It's going to make costs go up. It takes time to rebuild the factories, rebuild everything, train the right people, train them to do the job well, all these kind of things. It takes, you can do it, but it's going to take a while. And,
Well, let me ask these guys. You listen to
in those on that regard, Trump just making some comments that it will not change his mind on April 2 tariffs. There will be a little disruption, but it won't be very long, he says. And then he also has a couple of comments on shutdown. Jimmy, go ahead.
Yeah, I would have believed Yaman's arguments if this was his first term. At second term, creating a legacy. No, and let me respond to that. You probably listen to a lot of economic podcasts. I realize that I'm often a contrarian. I know that if this was a podcast, I'd get a lot of downvotes. Most economic podcasts are very wishy-washy. It may happen. It may not happen. Who knows? And then when it does happen, who could have known that? And then they bring in a guest who says, I knew that. And it's just some random guy they found. And then when it doesn't happen, they find another guest who said, I knew that as well. The problem with arguments that are not used by financial analysts is that you can't really trade expectations. When someone like Donald Trump is in charge of the levers and he can change his mind, this is not a prediction market, guys. This is not poly market. When we say something will likely happen, when it does eventually happen, often the market changes its tune and there's an expectation just right before it happens and the market corrects. So when you predict something years ahead, a very lofty prediction like I usually do, what does it actually mean? Does it mean that you just agree with me, or does it mean there's something tradable? If it is tradable, what do we do? And this is the problem. I argued that the tariffs will probably stay on and there'll be a trade war. What do we do? I'm not asking for your actual trade advice, but the problem is there is almost nothing that we can do. Because if this trade war actually occurs, it will be very sudden, it will be ramped up very quickly, and then the different commentators be like, what could we have done to stop the trade war? Oh my God, we had not seen it coming. But they did. They did.
So, Jimmy, trade wars is probably one of the stupidest things we can do as a world. I really hope to God they don't do that, because that disrupts everything. You have to reorganize businesses. Sign new deals. The whole thing is so complicated, especially if you turn it on and off, as you said. How do you even do business in an environment like that? And the dangerous thing about trade wars, it happens every time. If you look at history, I put trade wars on you, you get pissed off, so you put it on me, and we go around in circles. And the bottom line is everybody worse off 5 years down the line, because it's not good for anybody.
It's not good. Sorry, Jimmy. It's not good for the USA, that's for sure. I'm not sure it's not good for Europe or for China. I think you guys are going to suicide yourself, honestly. Go on, Jimmy.
Yeah, look, I'm not in a position to tell you're wrong, okay? I'm just some guy on Twitter. I'm trying to do a startup. I ask people in these spaces for money. So what would I know? But when you claim that it's only going to hurt the US and that trade wars are stupid, I find that very funny. The EU runs its own secret trade wars. And what they do is they go to different emerging market countries where the EU exports goods and says, okay, we're changing the rules. In order for you to export palm oil to the EU, it needs to be refined at this amount. Or you're cutting too much of the rainforest locally. You shouldn't do that. If you don't cut your prices, or if you don't increase your prices, and then you somehow cut more of the rainforest down, you create more CO2 emissions, you're not going to be able to export more products to the EU. I just find this very hypocritical. I know hypocrisy, in pointing it out, is not an argument, but this is the worst kind of hypocrisy. The EU is extremely protectionist. They have what's called the butter mountain, which is it's a storage system of butter overproduced by Western European countries to keep the price of butter really high. It has the wine lake, which is mostly a French wine cartel that allows for very cheap wine in France to be stored, because they're trying to keep wine from other countries from entering the EU. I could go on and on and on. There are at least 10 or 12 major protectionist policies by the EU that dwarf the United States.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. European Union does have a lot of stupid laws that are not fair. And me personally, I was hoping that Trump would use this argument, same as you do, to remove them so the US can sell more goods to Europe. So that's what I was hoping with tariffs, to be honest. And you're absolutely right.
The chances of the EU, and when we mean the EU, it's two countries. This is the reality. It's two countries. It's France and Germany. France joined the EU with Germany to create the EU in the beginning. The Treaty of Maastricht enabled certain French companies to keep protections so that they would never be destroyed by actual free market competition. And this has been a continuation of this for now 60 years. It's never been reformed. They still have massive influence through the EU Commission, something that Donald Trump doesn't really want to talk to. So if you want to follow this logic, do we talk to the individual countries like France if we want a so-called deal? Or do we bring the EU commissioner who Donald Trump doesn't even want to meet? Or the EU foreign commissioner who Marco Rubio doesn't believe represents any country, therefore she actually is not legitimate at all? Who do we actually talk to? In truth, according to this administration, not only are Europe protectionist policies hypocritical, but the institutions that backstop those policies are illegitimate.
Well, the thing is with tariffs, if Trump does what you're saying, I guarantee you it's going to make inflation spike like crazy because consumer pays the tariffs. I mean, you can put on tariff on whatever you want. The bottom line is, if you do put it on Mercedes and you import Mercedes, you pay. The consumer pays the tariffs. So once you have a trade deficit, I mean, it's just going to make prices go up. I mean, how can it not be?
I think we all know that. The question was, in the historical memory of the United States, we did not do this because we believed a strong European economy was a net positive for America. Even if their protectionist policies helped their companies, it was still a net positive. A strong economy means strong security. Strong security means a more stable economic environment for every country. In the 2008 crash, you know this very well, Ben Bernanke and the Federal Reserve subsidized, essentially through extremely low-cost loans, the European Central Bank, so that they in turn could provide those loans to countries on the brink of bankruptcy. The Spanish cajases, the Greek banks, all of them received loans in euros from European banks who in turn sold their corporate paper to the Treasury Department in the US, who deposited that paper at the Federal Reserve. We did a lot for you guys. We have done a lot for you. And I think we're tired of it.
Yeah, that is everything you said is correct. But also don't forget that they bailed out any auto manufacturers in the US, the banks in the US. And I mean, you're right. Many countries in Europe are bankrupt. Greece almost went bankrupt. They got saved by Germany and the rest of the EU. So, I mean, it looks like the countries we're discussing have all piled on debt for quite a while. So the thing is, how long can you keep this going?
Not only how long, you guys are not grateful. You're not grateful.
The thing is, people are very grateful for the US. People maybe take it for granted that the US.
You just said it for granted.
No, I think people get used to it. The US have been the big brother of the whole world and EU for such a long time. I think you could just
how
used
can it be
to
the big brother? Our population is almost the same as the European Union's population.
All right, we're gonna get back on track. Let's see. Breaking news: U.S. budget deficit. Oh, this is yesterday. U.S. budget deficit surged in February, passing $1 trillion for a new year-to-date record. $1.15 trillion for the first 5 months of the fiscal year 2025 record for that duration. Jimmy, do you think there will be a government shutdown? Jimmy, I think you agree with XT. I think XT, you and XT agree that if tariff wars escalated, that there would be reinflation. I mean, there's no question about that. And so far, tariff wars have been escalating, especially between Canada and US. And it can really spiral out of control, like Jimmy said, at a very, very rapid pace. It's probably going to be worse with China. Jimmy, do you agree that the tariff negotiations will probably be worse with China than with Canada?
No, because China was expecting it, and we expect a tariff China. Are you saying that renegotiation? Because I think renegotiating with Canada would probably be easier. Come on. I mean, it's not that hard. The issue is that Mark Carney has not taken office yet. He's not made clear what his plans are. Mark Carney, if I'm not mistaken, he does hold an American passport. He's a Canadian, British citizen, I believe an American passport as well. I could be mistaken about that. He has deep, deep, deep ties and connections with America. He went to Harvard. He worked for Goldman Sachs for a long time. This is someone who could easily make a deal with, Yaman. Don't take it too seriously now.
Can I say something that's totally opposite of Jimmy?
Sorry, XT, I just want to understand real quick. So Jimmy is saying that Chinese negotiations will end, or there will be a deal real quickly. Jimmy, is that what you said?
No, they will not be dealt quickly at all. I believe the negotiations with Canada will be dealt much faster.
But it's been going on now for more than a month, and there's a bunch of rounds.
Trudeau, but the issue was Trudeau was leaving office, so he had no reason to make a deal. Come on.
Okay. So you think when's he taking over?
He took over today, but they're having an election. So the thing was, there was a Liberal Party election. Trudeau resigned because he knew he wouldn't win again, obviously. And so the Liberals had a re-election for their own leader,
Oh, I
and
see.
that leader
Right.
becomes them.
Yeah. Okay. So when do you think the negotiations with Canada will conclude?
Probably at the end of this year,
End of this
because
year.
the election's in October, the actual Canadian election.
Okay. So for the rest of the year, we're going to have a bunch of rounds of threats. Companies will be all confused. Maybe they'll hold back some investment, push it back to next year, but all will be well at the end of the day. Is that your idea here?
Yes, when it comes to Canada, Canada is too submissive to not comply. It relies on us for absolutely everything. The NORAD missile shield, our airspace, energy dependency, refined products, the electricity grid. I could go on and on.
Okay. And and how do you think it's going to play out with China?
It will go terribly, 100%. It will go so badly. China will continue increasing tariffs. We will increase tariffs on China. It'll be a massive trade war. The Europeans will be involved because we're going to say it's not against the Chinese exclusively. Let's see this. We're also going to add these tariffs on the Europeans as well. And the Europeans will complain, and they'll try to be a mediator between the Chinese and the Americans, which, of course, they never mediate anything successfully, except for failed peace treaties. And, you know, it will not be resolved. That trade war will lead to everlasting trade tariffs.
Okay. All right.
So can I comment on
Yeah.
this?
Yeah.
I disagree with a lot of things that are being said in because the US is not producing enough. That's why you have a trade deficit. You're not selling enough products. So he's stating that Canada is taking advantage of the US. Actually, it's the opposite way. US is taking advantage of the Canada because Canada is sending them goods, and the US is just writing down an IOU. You know, I'm gonna pay you in the future. That's why you have a ton of debt. You're just piling on the credit card. So it's the opposite of what he's saying. And I know he'll disagree with me, but if you put in tariffs, you'll see how high prices are gonna go. Especially, I mean, it's because of the dollar. The dollar has been the dominant currency of the world, and you don't need to use the dollar to trade. So
I thought that was fundamentally nonsensical. I mean, every country buys our debt. According to this logic, every country is in the same situation as Canada. Canada is extremely protectionist. No American bank is allowed to get a license there to open up bank branches. American companies like, say, milk. There is a 200% tariff on American retail milk. There is, however, a much lower tariff when it comes to wholesale manufactured milk products like ice cream. In fact, there is a quota that Canadians have to allow American milk manufacturers to send milk over. That quota is filled at a 0% tariff. It's a tiny amount. It's 20%. 20% quota of 100%. It's ridiculous. Canada needs to accept that if they want to continue business as usual, they need to completely dismantle every single protectionist policy and allow all American goods across the border. We are an internet-connected continent. Yes, they have their own borders, but these borders do not mean that American products should not be able to go through. American companies and Canadian companies are essentially the same. They work in the same areas. They have the same needs, same infrastructure that they're using.
Okay. All right, I want to move on from this topic. Thank you. Let's see. S&P 500 was on course to confirm a correction, dropping about 10% from its recent record high, offering investors some hope on economic resilience. Data showed purchase price unexpectedly unchanged in February. A separate weekly report pointed to fewer than expected jobless claims. Headline producer price inflation was lower than expectations for February. Final demand 0% versus 0.3 consensus. Let me see if there's anything here. Okay, anything surprising? I mean, still in the more than 3%. PPI year over year is still more than 3%. CPI, similarly to 3%, and PCE is about 2.5. see, nothing on jobless claims. Okay. However, worries that the trend could be short-lived prevailed, with traders expecting U.S. Federal Reserve to lower borrowing costs by nearly 75 basis points in the second half of this year. Markets were also on edge as the deadline to pass a funding bill in the U.S. Senate approached. If it goes through, the bill will keep the U.S. government operational through September 30. Jimmy, do you think this will pass?
No.
Do you think there will be a government shutdown? Why?
Yes, because
When?
it will happen for at least a week. There'll be two reasons for a government shutdown. One is obviously Donald Trump needs to reduce the budget. This is going to lead to budget reconciliation. This is going to lay the groundwork for budget reconciliation, which, as you know, it can be passed with a simple majority. It's not unusual to threaten this stuff. However, so there are two plans to avoid a government shutdown. I'm sure you're aware of this. Plan number one, as everyone knows, is essentially the standoff ends when we get like 10 Democrat senators, right? 10 Democrat Congress people to join you. And they would have to throw them bone of some kind. I don't think that bone's going to be big enough. So there's a stopgap right now, a spending bill stopgap to keep the government open. It has not made it through a Republican-controlled Senate, where votes from the Democrats are needed. I think they need 6 votes, if I'm not mistaken. And what will that bone be to get those 6 senators to vote for that stopgap? It's an open question. I'm not entirely sure. But considering how united the Democrats are at refusing to work with Trump, I don't see how that stopgap bill gets passed. So therefore, yes, I do believe there'll be a government shutdown.
Okay. New York Post says government shutdown likely after Schumer says Senate Dems will block GOP funding bill. Let's read this real quick. Chuck Schumer announced Wednesday that most Democrats in the upper chamber will not support a House Republican passed bill to fund the federal government through the end of September, but all but ensuring a partial shutdown beginning at 11:59 p.m. Friday. Earlier, we discussed Polymarket and Kalshi showing about 52% probability of a shutdown. I wonder what it is right now. Let's see. Funding the government should be bipartisan effort, but Republicans chose a partisan path, drafting their continuing resolution without any input from the congressional Democrats, Schumer said on the Senate floor. Because of that, the Republicans do not have the votes in the Senate to invoke cloture, whatever that means, on the House continuing resolution. Our caucus is unified on a clean CR through April 11th that will keep the government open and give Congress time to negotiate bipartisan legislation that can pass. Okay.
Cloture is basically it's so there's a 2/3 majority needed to end the debate and therefore allow for the bill to be voted on.
Because of that, Republicans do not have the votes in the Senate to invoke cloture on the House CR, continuing resolution, I'm guessing. Our caucus is unified on a clean CR through April 11th that will keep the government open and give Congress time to negotiate bipartisan legislation that can pass. With Republicans holding a 53 to 47 advantage in the Senate, the legislation needing 60 votes to overcome a filibuster, at least 7 Democrats would need to support the spending bill, which passed the House 217 to 213 Tuesday night. Following Tuesday night's vote, House Speaker Mike Johnson announced the lower chamber of Congress would recess until March 24, leaving Schumer with the option of accepting the House bill and keeping the federal lights on over the objection of progressive activists, or rejecting it and putting the nation's capital on course for the 11th partial government shutdown since 1980. In a statement after the lower chamber passed the funding bill, Johnson said it was decision time for Senate Democrats. Cast a vote to keep the government open or be responsible for shutting it down. In a shameful display of coordinated political theater, Democrats are willing to run out the clock on funding the government in a failed attempt to block America First agenda, the House Speaker said. Before Schumer's announcement, the only Senate Democrat to openly back the House GOP continuing resolution was Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, while Senators John Ossoff, Angus King, Mark Kelly, and Ruben Gallego had signaled openness to supporting the bill. So this is about 5. Liberal activists had pointed out that the current spending fight was the last big chance for Democrats to extract concessions from Republicans until this fall, when the fiscal year 2026 appropriations bill process begins. Everyone needs to call their Dem senator right now. They are starting to cave. Far left Republican Alexander Ocasio fretted Wednesday on X. Today is the showdown. Before the Senate convened for Wednesday business, Democrats huddled during a caucus launch to plot the next steps forward. At least for now, I don't see the votes, based on my reading of the end of the meeting, Senator Chris Van Hollen told reporters afterward. I don't see the votes there right now for passing the House Republican CR. I've gone back and forth on this 3 times because it is 2 horrible choices, Senator John Hickenlooper admitted to reporters before the lunch. If you shut down the government, the president is the person who decides what is essential. He decides what part of the government stays open, so you're actually giving him even more power. On the other side of the argument, a senior Senate Democratic aide told the Post that some members worry a shutdown leaves Elon Musk alone in the candy store, referring to Department of Government efficiency cost-cutting efforts. It wouldn't be your grandfather's shutdown, this source added, following Musk's aggressive actions to reduce the federal workforce and trim billions of dollars in purportedly wasteful spending programs. Many Democrats on Capitol Hill had privately hoped House Republicans would fail to pass their resolution Tuesday night and be left in a position to take the political fall. Every hour that passes only puts them on an island where it's obvious they have no plan. And the headlines are, will Democrats shut down the government, said one senior Senate Republican aide. Another GOP advisor contended that if the CR fails to clear the Senate by late Friday, this will be a Dem engineer shutdown. So both sides pointing fingers to the other side. The CR that Republicans passed through the House largely keeps government funding levels steady, with a slight $6 billion boost to defense and roughly $10 billion increase in immigration and customs enforcement funding. To offset the cost, the CR cuts back on about $13 billion in non-defense discretionary spending. Only one House Democrat, who holds one of the most fiercely competitive seats, voted in favor of the CR when it came up in the lower chamber. This CR is not perfect, but a shutdown would be worse, Golden said in a statement. Even a brief shutdown would introduce even more chaos and uncertainty at a time when our country can ill afford blah, blah, blah. Golden also rebuked his party for what he called false suggestions that the CR would cut funding for important social programs. There are no cuts to veterans' care in the period covered by this bill, and we have 6 months to ensure funding continues in the next fiscal year. To say this bill contains cuts is at best a misreading that creates unnecessary fear among veterans. At worst, it's the adoption of the same cynical GOP political tactics that Dems have rightfully denounced, using misdirection to justify a vote. Tuesday was the first time House Republicans had passed a CR without leaning on Democratic support since they retook the lower chamber in 2023. The next potential pressure point for Dems is a debt ceiling, which is projected to become an issue in June. However, Republicans are tentatively planning to neutralize that threat by stuffing a debt ceiling increase into President Trump's agenda package, which is crafted in a way to bypass a potential Democratic filibuster in the Senate. Interesting. Hey, Jimmy, what do you think happens to equity markets and bond markets if there is a government shutdown?
Well, as you know from every previous shutdown, like the Tea Party era shutdowns, there will be a sell-off. The question is how long it will last. The bond market, obviously, the yields will have to go up. But there will be enough senatorial votes over time. I do believe the Democrats will realize they looked like the Tea Party back in 2012 in this situation. Because unlike the Tea Party, actually, who had an argument that we need to reduce budget spending, Democrats just don't want to work with Trump. So they're kind of obfuscating their duty to the public by keeping the government running, the government which they are supposedly protecting, i.e. the bureaucracy to get paid, meaning the military itself doesn't get paid during a shutdown either. So they will eventually succumb. They will eventually submit. And everyone knows this.
Okay. If a shutdown occurs, it will result in a furlough of hundreds of thousands of federal employees and the suspension of various government services. Essential services related to national security, public safety, and essential programs like Social Security and Medicare would continue to operate. Given the current political impasse, the limited time remaining, the probability of a government shutdown occurring is high. Jeffrey Gumlock says expectations for fewer jobs over the next 6 months has gone straight up, taking out prior peaks going back more than 10 years. Still not great recession levels. I mean, it was higher in 2011. It looks like. Yeah.
Yaman,
Mm-hmm.
what do you think about the FANG stocks in comparison to Tesla? Because they've been going straight up for the last 15 years.
FANG stocks. Was that your dog?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. What kind is it?
A Samoyed.
Oh, nice. I think Max 7 stocks are all expensive, and I think Netflix is expensive too. I would stay away.
Yeah, I agree. But what about shorting options?
Well, I'm short. I'm short Tesla and Nvidia. So I think Google looks cheap, but I think the ChatGPT disruption is the market is pricing in the ChatGPT disruption. I don't think it's because of the antitrust stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I don't often Google anymore. I mostly use ChatGPT, even though I ask for sources because I know sometimes it gives false information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then so it's Facebook, Apple. I mean, Apple is majority of the balance sheet is cash. So if you believe there's a recession coming, it's one of the better stocks to kind of high quality stock to stay in. Yeah, I think that covers it, right? There you go.
It's kind of interesting that Buffett sold a ton of Apple just as rates went up.
I think the equity markets are more overvalued than people realize. I think the U.S. equity market is way more overvalued than people realize. If there's a shutdown, equity markets would see short-term volatility, but minimal long-term impact historically. Companies with large government contacts may see short-term pressure. Consumer discretionary, with furloughed workers and delayed paychecks, we're talking hundreds of thousands of people. Consumer confidence could weaken, impacting retailers, travel, and dining, which is already weak. It's been weakening for several weeks now. Financials, increased uncertainty could weigh on banks and financial stocks. Okay. Bond market, treasury yields could decline if investors seek safe haven assets. Okay. I mean, they're already very low though, 4.2, 4.3. Credit downgrade risk, low probability. Fed policy implications. Jimmy, what do you think is the probability of U.S. government not paying its debt, meaning not satisfying, let's say, treasury payments?
Isn't that just called bankruptcy?
No, it's not. That's not necessarily bankruptcy, but yeah, kind of like
I'm pretty sure
rearrangement.
all the companies in it are actually say if you don't pay one payment, technically you are in bankruptcy.
Like a renegotiation of the terms. Like, for example, something like, let's say you hold the treasury that's paying 5%, and the U.S. government says, you know what, from now on we're going to pay 1% on your treasury. What do you think is the probability of that happening?
Okay, so renegotiation, like what Greece did back in the day. Look, in this case, you are an emerging market country where the IMF rolls in, provides immediate liquidity, forcing you to do austerity. Once you have a deficit of some kind, it needs to be reduced. And what happened to Greece's nominal deficit is actually went up because the GDP went down, right? So the amount of spending went down, but it was still large enough that once the GDP also went down, it was actually increased the deficit. But its real GDP over time has actually gone up. However, in this case, if America was experiencing something like this, because it is the US dollar, it would be a lot easier just to print more money, to sell bonds for now on at only 1% and force countries to either buy it or then renegotiate the debt after that. So the question you're really asking is, would our biggest creditors, Japan, China, and so forth, accept future treasuries at a much lower yield than the coupon rate of 5% right now? Would they accept this at debt auctions? Answer, if they were forced to, yes. In event of a trade war, China's greatest leverage is they have a lot of treasuries. They could, instead of mark to market, they could reduce the yield and they basically sell it at 20 or 40 cents, instead of $1, right? They sell it below par, significantly below. And they would flood the market treasuries, destroying the confidence in the American dollar. But would that do anything for China? Would they accept something like this? It would destroy their surplus, their reserves. It would destroy their economy. So what you're really asking is this. Do we come together as a world and understand America is not only so badly in debt, but is a sick, sick animal? And rather than putting it down and shooting it in the head, we heal it with medicine. And the medicine is just much, much cheaper debt. In this situation, America could not pursue tariffs anymore. In that situation, there would have to be a long-term plan of what percentage these countries pay in terms of treasuries. And I would say the likelihood is unlikely. America's economy would have to be very, very bad, very recession. It would be a reverse bailout. America is no longer such a powerful country. It's bailing out Europe. It's the smaller countries bailing out the US. You know, in 2008, there was a plan to bail out Lehman Brothers. A handful of Japanese conglomerates and Chinese banks were interested in taking equity investments in those banks. Of course, the US said, no, we can do it ourselves. So they simply created TARP. In this situation, the whole world is becoming a creditor conglomerate and is willing to accept below yield values of American treasuries to bail us out so that our economy doesn't tariff them. If that happens, Yaman, that's a genius move by Donald Trump. I don't think he's smart enough to pull this off. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
So isn't like Russia and China doing business now in other currencies than the US dollar? And why do they need to use the US dollar if they're trading between each other?
I don't want to get into that. I'm sorry, I don't want to get into that. That's a longer conversation. It's it's already been going for 4 hours now. So, let's see. Anything else I want to cover?
I posted the link in the comment section. I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Post a link in the comments. Let's see what you posted. Tesla Cybertruck delivers on hold as trims are flying. I mean, I think, man, automakers are an interesting bunch. They have these industry practices that just part of the industry, I think, and it's hard to kind of take them at face value. But the fact is, Cybertruck is an unprofitable product, it seems. So it's going to be difficult for Tesla to ramp the production and deliveries of the Cybertruck unless the costs come down drastically. And so I just don't know. Cybertruck deliveries are currently on hold due to reports of central trim, decorative trim covering the roof ledge, flying off the truck, and potential other issues according to Tesla delivery agents and online forums. Owners are reporting that the central trim, which Tesla claims is part of the truck's exoskeleton design, is detaching from the Cybertruck. While Tesla initially claimed the Cybertruck was built with an exoskeleton, it is actually closer to a traditional unibody system, with many visible body parts being trims attached to the body. Cybertruck deliveries on hold, with some delivery appointments canceled and buyers unsure when they will be able to pick up their vehicles. Oh my God. There are also reports of a potential issue with the accelerated pedal cover. The hold on deliveries appears to have started last weekend, and Tesla has not yet released an official statement. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, you know.
I don't know if you've
It is
seen.
what it is.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen those panels like sticking out of the car. My Twitter is full of it on the Cybertruck.
Yeah, I don't know.
It looks like it's put together by glue, but that sounds insane and highly unlikely. So
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if it is on hold, then it's on hold. I don't think that's misinformation. But like again, I think the greater point for investors is that Cybertruck is unprofitable, and it doesn't seem like it's going to get profitable. So I think that Tesla may actually drop the vehicle. To be honest with you.
I agree.
Yeah, I like the vehicle. I've driven it, and I think it's a great one. But it's very expensive. Like not many people can buy that, and if they can't lower the prices, then it's dead.
I think it looks very unique and a great marketing product, but I don't know if it's you can't even buy it in Europe. So
Yeah, I think they were thinking about exporting it to Europe. I don't know what came off of it.
you can't because you can't sell it because of the sharp edges and stuff due to too many regulations in Europe. So
Right, exactly.
I have a
So
friend.
Jimmy said definitely government shutdown. Lucia said no government shutdown. We have a very diverse group, that's for sure.
But does anybody think that Trump is going to shrink the deficit? Because last time he increased it, and I mean it was COVID, but
Well, that was because of the COVID. Yeah, exactly. I don't think he's going to be able to do that. He's too much of a populist to lower the deficit. So I don't think it's going to work.
I personally don't think what Trump is thinking because he flip flops so many times a day. Like, only thing he seems to like is tariffs, but then he removes them. So I don't know.
Yeah. Anything else, Jimmy? Anything else on your mind, or Ekti? I'm getting tired.
No, not really. Please invest in me. Thank you.
Ooh, can I ask
Ek-
Jimmy something?
Yeah, go ahead, Ekti.
So I think he mentioned that he is trying to raise money for a tech startup. So is your tech startup profitable? Like, do you have any revenue or some customers that are
Yeah, this
for
is
the product?
interesting. This is interesting because if this was 2021, when interest rates were zero, you wouldn't even ask me that question. You were asking me because you listened to the All In podcast 4 times on replay, looping it, and you heard the words users, traction, and you expect that everyone else who's building products now, who can barely get funding, have all those things, the key magical ingredients that would give you an opening to take a peek and then to say, I'm not interested. So let me tell you, I have an MVP, no users. And then you put on your Chamath hat, okay? Chamath hat is on. He's got no users. What are we going to do? He's not going to be able to achieve anything. Interest rates are too high. I'm going to sit this out and be on, as he always says, the sideline.
So Jimmy, I wish you well. I don't mean
There you
I
go.
don't mean to be an asshole or something. I wish you to succeed. I'm asking because when that becomes more expensive, these are the questions people ask. And I made a documentary about this over a year ago. And you're absolutely right. When rates were zero,
Made a documentary, the All In podcast. If I had to make a podcast about the All In podcast, I would just go, oh, Christ. They're just talking the exact same things over and over again. And if I didn't know it, I would think, guys were like, if this was Dragon Ball Z, these are economic super Saiyans. And they look down at everyone else and go,
Jimmy,
back in
you're really,
hindsight, why haven't you figured out how to be successful yet? It's your fault. It's your fault. You don't have the
Okay.
things that you need. And you know what my answer to this is? I don't like that podcast very much. It makes me feel sad.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's see what else here. USPS plans to reduce workforce by 10,000 employees in the next 30 days through voluntary early retirement program. Somebody's asking if Tesla sales in Europe is that bad. Do they really need the German factory? Okay. Ontario's Doug Ford says Trump let us down. He says inflation is going to happen with tariffs. Kohl's CEO says, when you look at the income level, if you're making less than 50,000, that consumer is pretty constrained from a discretionary standpoint. If you're making less than 100,000, it's also pretty challenging. And you see that very clearly in the numbers. Yeah, I agree. I see this everywhere. Every data point I look at, there's a bifurcation. We talked about expectations for fewer jobs according to Conference Board, expecting fewer jobs in 6 months. When was this published? This was a while ago, as of February 2025. I thought this was a couple of weeks old data.
So Yaman, what
Hold
do you
on.
think about the
Yeah,
government
go
shutdown?
I think it will happen. I think it's immaterial, but it could turn into something like, I guess the risk here is like, I think it's going to happen. It's probably going to be immaterial, but I think the risk is that it lasts way longer than people think.
Yeah, what if they lose their head as they were kind of aggressive with Zelensky?
Yeah, okay. Let's see. Any other headlines here? Give me 1 second. Trump says shutdown may lead to very, very high taxes. I don't know what the hell that means. Government shutdown could delay tax bill. Okay, interesting.
So Trump wants to
Can you
extend.
just stay quiet for a second? Thank you. Trump says we don't need Canada's cars, energy, or lumber. Trump says getting worse, things are going okay in Russia. Willing to talk to Putin. Trying to see if there's anything else I want to cover here. BlackRock CEO says, I met this one scientist who has a biotech fund. They sold something, they went through stage 1 to one of the other big pharma companies, and the speed in which they're able to successfully bring new drugs to market is way beyond anything that we can imagine. Okay. So far, Doge has had only limited success. This is according to Michael Oret. I don't know who this person is, but I'm following him on my other account. So he must have said something good at some point. Federal spending has continued to rise in 2025. Total outlays in February of each year. This is a record February 2025. Right? Yeah, it's interesting that yields are staying low with this growing budget deficit. That's interesting. Where is the time? I mean, I guess the 30-year yield is higher, but at 4.6%. The 10-year treasury yield is at 4.3%. Russia and Belarus are ready to take military and diplomatic measures to reinforce NATO actions. Russia-Belarus joint statement. Russia and Belarus consider NATO actions in the context of the Ukrainian crisis hostile and destabilizing, fraught with nuclear conflict. Okay. Spot gold hits record high at almost $3,000. Trump to invoke Alien Enemies Act in the coming days. We talked about that. Top selling vehicle in the US and Ford's main profit engine is one of the industry's biggest users of aluminum, which is subject to new tariffs as of Wednesday. Interesting. Ford's Brawny F-150 and Super Duty pickup trucks, the company's biggest profit generators, are among the most aluminum-intensive vehicles on the market. The company a decade ago converted the trucks to a mostly aluminum exterior, including the hood, doors, and truck bed, to save weight and enhance fuel efficiency. Ford has been working with suppliers to stockpile aluminum materials ahead of the Wednesday deadline. Even though the company gets most of its aluminum sheet from rolling mills in the US, those suppliers rely on smelters in Canada to provide much of the aluminum they roll. A Ford spokesman said it would take many years to rewire its supply chains to get more automotive grade aluminum from the US. Interesting. Interesting. Ford is at 960, unchanged today. In the last 5 days, pretty much unchanged. In the last month, pretty much unchanged. $38 billion company, P ratio of 6.5. Interesting. Oracle is leading the contender to help run TikTok in New Deal, according to information. Trump says Canada needs America. America does not need Canada. Besant asked about the stock market, not concerned about low volatility over 3 weeks. Besant is focused on long-term gains for the market, Americans. Besant says U.S. government shutdown would be disruptive. Besant asked about Trump's threatened 200% tariff on EU alcohol. Not sure why 1 or 2 items from 1 or 2 trading blocks is a big deal. A detox does not have to be a recession. Dollar General CEO says, our customers continue to report that their financial situation has worsened over the last year. Many of our customers report that they only have enough money for basic essentials, with some noting that they have had to sacrifice even on necessities. Wow. Barclays has now sees 2 Fed cuts in 2025 after cutting US GDP estimates. Okay. Okay. Trump family has been in talks for stake in crypto exchange Binance, according to sources, Wall Street Journal reports. Steve Witkoff has been involved in talks for a deal between Trump's and Binance. Trump-backed World Liberty Financial could be part of the Binance deal. Interesting. Costco says, our goal is always to be first to lower prices where we see opportunities to do so. The last to increase prices in the face of rising costs. Interesting. Yeah, Costco is a great deal. If people don't have a subscription, I highly recommend it. A membership. CPI confirmed some of our suspicions after yesterday's CPI. Bonds won't like it. We estimate that core PC will climb 0.32% in month-over-month in February. Looking ahead to March, non-housing services should see improvement due to weaker portfolio management. Jimmy, what do you make of the fact that yields are down even below 4.3% now, 10-year Treasury yield, despite record budget deficits and persistent inflation, from PPI, CPI, and now PCE, 2.5%, 3% inflation across the board.
Maybe this improves.
Surging inflation expectations in the near to midterm, and despite that, the Treasury yields are at 4.3%. What do you think?
Maybe the inflation expectations that we're referring to are actually about the other countries, not the US. In those situations, like in Japan, where inflation has, skyrocketed in the sense it went from negative to positive, the flight to safety still exists. They cannot trust their own financial system for it.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many countries out there that are experiencing far worse inflation. And these countries have never experienced inflation, at least for the last 30 years. It's not just Japan. It's a lot of the European countries. And so where do they have to go? Well, they can't go into stocks anymore. The volatility. They have only one place to go to: long-term duration bonds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why.
Okay, makes sense. Okay.
I mean, let me ask you a question, Yaman. Would you recommend British gilts, those long-term dated trades? No, exactly. So you have no choice, do you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess you have this choice of cash or gold or whatever.
Cash is tough in a situation like this. Are you referring to American cash or are you referring to European cash in Europe?
US dollars.
Well, okay. So if it is US dollars and you want to put in CDs, this is the question. Locking in long duration bonds does give you a lot of options. Traditionally, what you would do is you would deposit them as collateral, get a yen trade going, and start investing long term. But for a lot of these financial institutions, here's the problem with this. For the first time, the yen is shaky. There has been tariffs threatened on Japan. So there's a combination of these things. Many of the countries which were secondary flights to safety are now being threatened by tariffs from Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm. Equity?
Isn't Buffett in cash?
Yeah, he's in treasuries. So his cash is treasuries.
Mostly long duration ones, yeah.
No, I think it's a lot of T-bills, right?
Some are, if you check the financial statement, but he's always believed this, and he's a hypocrite for saying it. If you believe that the bond yield will always be lower than the expected stock yield, then you should invest in stocks. And you're just wondering, why don't you invest in stocks then?
Well, the stocks surged in value since he said that. Okay. Holy smoke, it's really, by the way, most of his investments are in stocks. Holy smoke, it's really an achievement counts have even less growth than Germany, blah, blah, blah. White House to pull CDC director nomination. Okay, overall initial claims look more normal this week. All right. Let me see anything else. We talked about PPI. Kava. We find evidence suggesting that Doge cuts are weighing in on spending in the DC area. On both year-over-year and month-over-month basis, total car spending growth in the DC was much weaker in February 25 versus November 24. The cuts appear to have affected discretionary spending, such as restaurants. Okay.
Can I point out something? DC has had an economic issue since COVID. I think people,
Yeah.
anyone who's in the DC area would say this. The DC area are three main areas: the Northern Virginia area, the Maryland area, Silver Springs, places like that, and the Baltimore area. You know, the problem here is that companies are not relocating as much as they were to that area. Restaurants have been closing down in droves since COVID. So when that statistic says dining is down, not only because the price went up and the discretionary spending which went down, there's also less restaurants to go to today. When you have a lot of remote work led to a lot less people going to restaurants, and now with the changes, you would expect, okay, a lot of these people are going to go back to the office. Those changes have not actually come yet. For example, military spouses can still work from home. No matter what department they're working in, they can still work from home. So every single week, there's more exemptions, because they know it would be extremely expensive to bring them back to the office. With the cost of living in DC, the issue of transportation, the different contracts you already signed, the legality of canceling these contracts, and so forth. So DC is facing a crisis of uncertainty.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
really,
if you want to, you made your point. If you want to look into a crisis, I think Florida real estate market is where a crisis is brewing that people aren't talking about.
are you referring
I
because
think
the rent rates went up?
I think Florida inventories are pretty high. JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon. I don't think average American consumer who wakes up in the morning and goes to work changes what they're going to do because they read about tariffs. But I do think companies might. Uncertainty is not a good thing. Alphabet CEO. Gemma 3 is here. Our new open models are incredibly efficient. The largest 27 billion parameter model runs on just one H100 GPU. You'd need at least 10x to compute to get similar performance from other models. I'm going to look into this actually. Let me kind of think through this. Give me 1 second. That's a strong claim by Sundar. This could be a direct challenge to Meta's Llama 3, Mistral, and open source models that target the same audience. Llama 3 often requires multiple GPUs. Truly outperforms those models that need 10x compute. Google's make a big play for cost-effective AI deployment. Limited details. We need benchmarks and real-world testing. What's the architecture breakthrough? And we did talk about titans in this space. Are there trade-offs? What's the fine-tuning and customization capability? Reduced need for multi-GPU setups. Okay. We're going to keep that on hold. Inflation trends. Okay. Moody's CEO on the impact of extreme weather events. The demand for better understanding these risks is not just by the insurance, but by the banks, investors, companies, governments is only going up. I don't think there's much of a weather impact, honestly, but that I think that's a wrong conclusion that the recent weakness is due to weather. United Airlines CEO says there has been a sharp decline in transborder traffic from Canada. We already started the process of where that capacity is coming out. A lot of it's transborder. Big drop in Canadian traffic to go into the US. Interesting. JP Morgan says US stock market correction may be over, while credit markets yet to price in recession risks like equities. Equities are not pricing recession risks. Are you serious, man? People, S&P 500 from these extreme levels, valuation levels, come down a few percent. People lose their shit. One of the strangest downside surprises CPI airfares since the December 2013 print. At least that one was due to a methodological change. Though to square this February drop with some hard airfares data and passenger counts in February, I know what the CEO said, but the timing seems off. I don't know. I think airfares are coming down pretty fast. I mean, even international travel is coming down fast. Maybe Canadian snowboard demand moves the needle on marginal pricing more than one would expect. Possible, but airlines attributed the slower demand to cooler rate of growth in corporate bookings due to macro uncertainty and softer closing bookings after air accidents. The Canadian flights would have been booked before February. February CPI is really tracking March, April fares. Really? I didn't know that. February CPI is really tracking March, April fares. I don't know if that's true, but this guy would know. Suggests that the drop in February 25 fares as reflected in CPI might not align with airlines' reports of slower demand due to macro uncertainty and recent air accidents. The discussion references Canadian snowbirds, Canadians who travel south for winter as a possible factor in airfare pricing, but Sheriff argues that their bookings typically made before February wouldn't explain the timing of the CPI drop, which tracks March-April fares. Recent news, including Delta Airlines and other major U.S. airlines, lowering their guidance due to reduced consumer corporate confidence amid macro uncertainty, as reported on March 11, provides context for the softer demand. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty stunning, actually, how fast these airfares came down. Ekti, go ahead.
So, do you guys have any comment in regards to why Trump is so hard on Canada and Mexico, but he's so fond of Russia and Putin? Makes no sense to me.
I don't know, actually, but there's that's just going to be speculation, and it's really not a material topic in my mind right now. Wave. Do you guys see Wave as a speaker? Hold on one second. I think he's having some issues connecting here. Wave, go ahead. Ekti?
Did you read the article that there was? I think airfare companies were saying that the sales are down. And they're quite surprised by it, and they're down quite a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, no, airfares are definitely down substantially. I mean, I'm trying to book a flight too, and they're surprisingly low. So travel is definitely lower. I mean, travel was one of the actually flights were one of the last things to kind of stay strong despite the weakness everywhere else across the country. So travel is also coming down now. So I think the economy is weakening way faster than people realize. But I guess we'll see. Time will show. Time will tell. Wave,
Hey, Yaman, how you doing?
doing well. How are you?
Good, good. I just want to concur on the travel piece. I had a watch in kayak for a flight to New York, and normally I get a signal when it gets 30 days, 15 days to purchase, but there's no signal. So every time I check, the prices are going down. So I wanted to change topic if it's okay. I have been thinking of two things as it relates to the tariff and this Ireland discussion that went on with Trump yesterday.
Okay, go ahead.
On the tariff, I'm thinking if I was in shoes of people that don't have, using Trump's metaphor, cards in their hand, as far as export and imports to be able to fight back. There's one area where there is no tariff currently being placed, or at least not in the language of tariff, is all the digital companies like Facebook, Meta, Google, Apple, and so forth. That if I was EU, I'd be looking at ways to do tariff on those type of companies. I just wondered what your thought is on that. And on the second part with Ireland, that's a huge threat in terms of, again, the same companies that not only just pharmaceutical that he mentioned. I remember I actually did an assignment back then in Belfast area when they were actually shooting each other during Clinton days. But now companies, Apple, Google, have a lot of tax benefits that's happening there. So on those two items, I've been just noodling what does that do to their obligations going forward with the threats that Trump has put on.
Jamie, do you want to answer those questions?
I'm kind of confused. You're basically saying because Ireland is more peaceful now, even though the south of Ireland didn't have the issues, actually the north of Ireland, that somehow the Good Friday Agreement, which is actually an agreement between two political parties in the north of Ireland, has something to do with with American tariffs?
No, I'm only looking at it from a very personal, local perspective from a U.S. perspective. If the companies like Meta, like Google, like Apple, and many pharmaceuticals are having the tax billions of dollars of tax advantage going from 22 down to 10 or 12 in Ireland, if they lose that, what would that
Wasn't
do
that one
to
of the purposes of the tariffs, though, to stop them from doing this?
the tariffs are separate. Tariffs has nothing to do with the discussion on where companies put their IP and incorporate certain subsidiaries in Ireland. Those are two separate things. The tariff is a different discussion, which says it's related because the same companies play a part into it. On the tariffs, if you're at EU and you're not selling, you can't put tariffs on US because you don't have the cards. The only card you have in your hand is the digital companies. To put a tariff on digital transaction. It's a new model that doesn't exist today. I was just thinking of that over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I don't think that's an actual question.
Yeah, wait, what was your first question? You have to kind of limit it to 10 words, as you know. Otherwise, I lose attention. I'm a young as the younger generations have shorter attention spans, and the younger the generation gets, the shorter the attention span is. I'm a millennial, so 10 words or fewer is my attention span. Wave. Okay. EPA wants to roll back emission standards. Relaxed emissions would hurt Tesla earnings, according to Autoline Network. Baidu helps Tesla with FSD in China. Chinese Model Y orders overstated. US tariffs worry GM union in South Korea. BMW will eat some tariff costs. Restructuring costs hit VW's bottom line. Battery maker Northvolt files for bankruptcy. Toyota launches new station wagon. Mercedes picks risky LiDAR provider. Interesting. Okay, so EPA wants to roll back emission standards according to Auto News, but I don't have the article in front of me, so I'm gonna have to listen to this and then get back to you all probably. I'm not sure if there's going to be a space tomorrow, but USA Today. Let's read this article on EPA standards. Trump administration announced a wave of regulatory rollbacks on Wednesday that include the repeal of emissions limits on power plants, reduced protections for waterways, and a reversal of curbs on tailpipe pollution. The changes are part of the administration's effort to deliver on President Donald Trump's energy dominance agenda. The EPA is moving to unwind 31 Biden-era regulations intended to boost industries ranging from agriculture to electric utilities, oil and petrochemicals, and automobiles to align with Trump's vows to slash red tape. But the administration's actions also are destined to weaken core environmental U.S. air and water protections. Today is the most consequential day of deregulation in American history, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin said in a video message posted on X, adding that he's carrying out Trump's day one executive orders aimed at eliminating red tape for the industry. Zeldin announced earlier on Wednesday that he will reduce the number of waterways that would face regulation under the Clean Water Act in a move urged by agriculture and petrochemical industries. He announced later that the agency would reconsider the Biden-era Clean Power Plant rule that seeks to reduce carbon emissions from power plants and roll back greenhouse gas emission standards for heavy and light-duty vehicles from model year 2027 and later. And Zeldin's expert takes steps to undo a key scientific finding from 2009 that greenhouse gas emissions endanger public health. The finding underpins all of the EPA's greenhouse gas regulations. Wade, what was your first question? Can you repeat that?
Yes, thanks. For some reason, I couldn't unmute. The first question was really to you, since you have the background on the financials. The companies that are incorporating part or subsidiaries in Ireland today that are saving significant dollars on their taxes, about 10% or so, between US and Ireland. If that tax advantage goes away next year or in the future, how do I discount that in their current price, specifically Google or Apple?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So, I mean, what you're referring to is transfer pricing, but that part of the financial world is so complex that I worked on it maybe once, I think, when I was an investment banker. And it's really impossible to say. Like, you have to ask that to an expert. So any change that happens is going to have some loopholes, and those companies have the experts and the financial resources to find those loopholes and maybe even continue with these low taxes that pay. But let's assume, for illustrated purposes, that they completely go away, and all of a sudden they just pay U.S. tax rates. You would basically reduce your annual net income forecast by, let's say 5%. So it would be a huge hit to the intrinsic value. There's no question about that. But I don't think the change is going to be that much, Wave. I don't think these subsidiaries I don't think the tax savings are just going to disappear overnight in some sort of huge material way.
Great, thanks. I just it's roughly around as high as $5 to $6 billion for those bigger companies, and when you look at through their financials, they don't separate out the taxes that they pay in Ireland versus US because they parse it out to get the maximum benefit. But that helps. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't make any major investment decisions based on that kind of speculation. It may happen, it may not happen. If it happens, what's the extent of it? And even if it's like completely goes away, it's not that material, They're just paying more taxes, and everybody's paying more taxes. So that means their competitive position doesn't change. So I don't know.
Yeah,
They
so
already have a
it's
lot of
really
cash.
it's just a real short on Ireland in a sense. because
Yeah,
that's what's
exactly.
really
Right.
okay. Got it. The other
Right.
part of the question, or separate question altogether, on the tariff, if you're EU and you looking, how can you put on a tariff on US to at least counter some of the tariffs, or your China? I don't know if China will work. What if there was a new model of tariffing digital products like what Google and Facebook, and since we currently don't have that model in place, can you imagine something like that?
Mm-hmm. Um, yeah, I don't know how that would work. I don't know.
I was thinking of
But
it as a service
yeah.
use. So if I'm in Europe and I have 10 million people using WhatsApp, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
and WhatsApp is really big, let's say, throughout the world, and so is Insta. It's huge. They do commerce on it. It's a huge engine. And if countries wanted to just charge a penny or whatever, that model could come about, because we really, that's what we export the most, digital products. It's similar to movies and films.
Mm-hmm. Do you think this is likely? Do you think other governments will tariff, U.S. basically big U.S. tech companies in that way?
They have no choice.
Mm-hmm. Now, Jimmy, what do you think?
I think it's nonsense, really. I don't see the purpose of this argumentation because Ireland's tax exemption
We're
standards.
not talking about Ireland here.
Then okay,
You
then
weren't paying attention. You weren't listening.
well,
So
your
that we're
question
not
is hard to
talking
understand.
Ireland.
Well, then why did you begin with it?
Jimmy is much worse than you, Yaman.
What was that supposed to mean?
I can comment on
I
it if
have
you want.
a new standard now.
I don't like being insulted by someone who can't ask a coherent question.
He has a fine question, man.
Jimmy, basically, Wave is saying, will European governments tariff digital services that American big tech companies export to Europe? Let's
Well,
say
there
like
was
Google.
already a global tax standard for this passed, and Biden agreed to it. It's a basic lowest floor tax global standard that the WTO is also implementing. Furthermore, if you're going to go beyond that and they're going to break it, they're the ones who proposed that in the first place. Secondly, if you asked anyone in this room what the hell you were saying, Wave, and they could make a coherent suggestion of what you're trying to say, I would be remiss to think only one could do it, and it'd just be yourself. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
I can comment on it if you want.
Yeah, Exigo.
It's digital, man. You can easily move the company. I mean, tariff is a tax, so that's why a lot of companies are in Dublin, because the taxes are lower and regulations are low, so they all move there. So if let's say Ireland puts on a 50% tariffs, they can just move to another country.
This just has nothing to do with Ireland.
Whoever does it, it's digital. It isn't a big factory you need to move,
Don't you understand? It has nothing to do with Ireland. Don't you get it?
Yeah, Wave. I guess what Ek is saying is that even if a company wanted to, let's say, digital services coming out of the US, a company could easily move the service to come out of another country, I guess. So, I mean, like that's like I said, like these, international taxing, tariffs, whatever. There's going to be a lot of loopholes, and these companies are well equipped to find those loopholes. All right,
Exactly.
let's move on. Anything else? Markets have about a half hour to close. Tesla is down 3.4%. S&P 500 down 1.3%. Apple down 3%. Google down 3%. Carvana down 8%. Avis budget car down 11%. That's interesting. That's been going down for a while too. Year to date down 41% from the peak of $500 down about 55%. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh no, sorry. Hold on one second. Let's see. In the last month, Avis is down 36%, and it's been going down almost every day straight. That's really interesting. In high volume too. Down about 52% from a year ago. Peaked in November 2021. Looks like they're gonna file for bankruptcy. I mean, that's how it's kind of trading right now.
You really think so?
Mm-hmm. Avis, yeah. Yeah, looks
I
like it.
mean, don't they have to renegotiate their creditors before they even try this? I think they have a chance.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's the kind of like I'm just looking at the price action. It looks like a company that's kind of headed for bankruptcy.
Right.
If your stock price is declining every single day, and you have no earnings, your market cap is 1.9 billion. Volume higher than average volume. The only reason why it's not going faster because they can't sell fast enough. It looks like.
Well, I don't disagree with you. They do have some upside though in the future if they can. I also know that Hertz almost went bankrupt during COVID. Let's not forget that they somehow survived.
Avis net income in the last quarter negative $2 billion, and pretty much break even in other quarters. So I don't know what happened in the last quarter. 20,000 employees. Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of kiosks.
Yeah, that's a little wild. Let's get the news here. Avis budget stock price declines 7% since reporting. That was a month ago. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Wolf, Haldenson, Adler Freeman, and Hertz LLP announces that it's investigating Avis for potential violations of securities laws on March 4th. Shareholder rights litigation firm. Investigation concerns whether Avis and certain officers engage in securities fraud. Avis is the leading global provider of mobile solutions. Zipcar, Budget, Avis. Release financial results for Q4 and full year 24. Okay. The company also announced that CEO would transition from that role to a board advisor effective June 30, 2025. Management attributed the loss to a change in strategy to accelerate fleet rotations, which result in shortening the life of most vehicles in the America segment, as well as one-time impairment charge. In the prior quarter earnings call, management repeatedly referenced that the company's 25 fleet buy was near completion without mention of a potential impairment or write-down associated with rotation of the fleet. In fact, management repeatedly said that they were optimizing the fleet to meet demand. With respect to the impact of 25 buy on earnings, management stated that they would have more to say about the impact of our will have on our earnings during the year-end call. Interesting. And there might be a case, yeah, especially if they sold stock in the meantime.
Yeah, isn't Carvana doing some kind of business restructuring or changing something, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's Carvana is I'm short Carvana, but it's more of a fundamentals kind of short as opposed to, securities laws and whatever. Interesting. Yeah, that's crazy. Avis. Let's get a couple of things here. Wall Street has a buy rating on the company. Short interest of 8%. Probably higher now.
Also, yeah, man, if the consumer is tapped out on like minor purchases like airplane tickets and so on, I mean, who's gonna buy new cars?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think there is actually a bit of a tick up in like year-over-year tick up in kind of overall car demand. I don't think Tesla is kind of part of that tick up, but I think that's because of kind of like the tax season. People are getting tax refunds, which appear to be lower than last year. So I think it's going to be short-lived. And we also saw interest rates come down about 50 basis points from about a month ago. So I'm sure there's a bit of a tailwind from that as well. But I think it's going to be short-lived. And so, yeah, I think the Tesla stock and car industry in general is facing some difficult time in the coming months. But Tesla stock is the only one that's trading, such a high PE ratio. The other ones are already like 5-6 times PE ratio. So it's hard to short the other ones. Wow, that's crazy. I mean, that stock is crashing. Down 42% from February 18 to March 13. And that's after being down substantially. But yeah, looks like they're going bankrupt. Okay. Anything else? Anything else? We talked about the EPA wanting to roll back emission standards. Tesla, I guess, partnered with Baidu for FSD in China, but that just means more cost for Tesla. Chinese Model Y orders overstated, which we already talked about here. Ever since those numbers circulated on X, it's kind of crazy how low the demand for the new Model Y is in China, honestly. And if that replicates in Europe and US, which we're going to find out in the next couple of weeks here, then the stock will definitely go down to below 200. Which I think that will happen in US too.
Why do you
All
think
right.
the demand is so
Yeah.
low for Model Y in China?
The competition is insane. I mean, we talked earlier. Somebody mentioned that they benefited from my sharing of the SU7 specs versus Model 3 and sales, and it's going to be worse for Model Y. Xiaomi is doing great. They're ramping production at an extremely fast pace. As Jimmy pointed out here in the previous space, Xiaomi cars are integrated into their phone services. So kind of smooth transition from the phone to the car, which I don't think any car company has that really, other than I guess them. And if you look at the YU7 specs and compare them to the new Model Y, they have 10% more range, 10 to 20% more range, and I think the pricing is gonna. I mean, at least SU7 pricing versus Model 3 is lower, and also YU7 launch is going to benefit from the success of SU7. Like for example, if I'm a potential buyer in China, and this phone company is saying they're going to produce a sedan, and I'm deciding whether I should buy a Model 3 now or wait 6 months to buy the phone company's car, I might say, you know what, this company hasn't produced a vehicle before, so I'm going to go with the Model 3. Whereas I think this time around, because of the SU7 success, people are more willing to wait, like push the wait button on their purchase decision instead of buying a Model Y today. So they might wait for this YU7 that's coming out June or July. And Chinese companies ramp very fast, way faster than Tesla. We're talking multiple times faster. So it's not even like a 5-10% faster, it's like multiple times faster. So I think that many people will want to wait at a minimum. And I think that most people will buy the YU7 as opposed to Model Y. And yeah, so that's the reason. That's the reason.
Yeah, I agree. I have a lot of Xiaomi products in my house, so the car looks amazing, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it looks more like a Model S. Has major, like a lot more range, and it has, heads-up display, which a lot of Tesla customers have been asking for more than a decade. But of course, Elon is thinking end game here, which is with the robotaxis, you don't need heads-up display. If FSD is really good, you don't need heads-up display. The problem is that's not the case right now. Like FSD is just not good enough today. So if there's an alternative for heads-up display, then some people will go with that option. And then there's a couple other things that this vehicle has that Tesla doesn't have. Actually, I can probably just find a list real quick here. Give me 1 second. 10% more range, 10% cheaper price, heads-up display, digital dashboard, ultrasonic sensors, and turn signal stock. So some of these things, it's just that, like, I don't think they are necessary. Like, I would still buy a Tesla if I was buying a car. But, most people disagree. And it really what matters is what other people think, what the average buyer, most buyers think when you're forecasting, not what you think. So, yeah, I think YU7 is going to be much more popular than Model Y. So that means Tesla's margins in China will continue to be very limited. And to the extent that Chinese automakers now export into Europe, it's going to be reflected. And also Tesla has brand image issues in Europe as well. So that's even worse in Europe. So now the only place you're talking about is in US. In US, obviously, Tesla has the protection of the government, US government, both by the administration and the Trump administration. But it's just not big enough market to justify $1 trillion market cap. So rest of the world, you're still going to have to compete with BYD and Xiaomi and others. And Latin America, Indonesia, even in India, you're going to have to compete with their producers. And it seems like just Tesla's innovation leadership doesn't seem to be there anymore. And that's probably because Elon is not there. So anyway, all right, I gotta go do some work, write some articles, enjoy the nice weather. This space has been going on for about 5 hours. Justin says, I like it when Jimmy drinks.
I don't
asks, "Did
drink.
miss?" Yeah, I don't think he's drinking.
Why would he say that?
It just says things, but he's a member of the YouTube channel, so can't say whatever he wants. Gook says, interesting that the Republicans are blaming Democrats for tactics that they themselves have executed. Yeah, that's always the case. My understanding is that US dairy is subsidized, hence the tariff at the initial quota. Justin asks. I don't know the answer. Justin says, I like his spirit. There you go, Jimmy. I like spirit. All right. Well, let's call it a day. Thank you very much, everybody. Hit the like button on your way out, and I will chat with you. I don't know if I'm going to have a space tomorrow. Let's play it by ear. If not, we'll chat on Monday. Take care.